Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are here for two more matches in the lower bracket this time of the top 8. And we've got a couple of very interesting matches ahead of all of our viewers at home. As you will know, over the weekend, we've had the upper bracket round 1, and the 4 teams that have gone to the lower bracket have now been decided. Tonight is elimination for 2 of these teams. The first match, DAMWON Mia versus Retrograde, and the second match, ClickBait versus WontStopPeeking. These 4 teams, 3 of whom are new additions to the top 8, 2 of them will be saying goodbye tonight. Baba, intense matches today. How are we feeling?
Well, I would say I do feel a bit nervous, Jack, because we still have some teams like Retrograde, who is still trying to get a lot of points on the SA National qualifiers. But the rest of the 3 teams here, DAMWON Mia, Team ClickBait, and Team WontStopPeeking, these 3 teams have just opened up their qualifiers of the playoffs. And now seeing them be eliminated at the very earliest moment does bring a bit sadness from my end, because they did qualify. It is a new team after all, and we don't get to see Shaheens or Team Mahadis be on the summer edition. So at this point, I can guarantee say that Retrograde, if they have to, gain control on their positionings in the SA National qualifiers, then they need to make sure that they survive in the lower brackets matchup. Starting off, the match that I'm talking about right now would be DAMWON Mia, because talk about that match itself, we did get to see a bit of a recap in the upper brackets matchup itself. Kira Esports versus DAMWON Mia. It went all the way towards the deciders, but in the end, Kira Esports did succeed, proceeding into the next phase. As we take a look at the format of the entire Pro Series Summer Edition, we had 2 qualifiers. First qualifiers, which held on 1st to 4th July. Second qualifiers, which held on 7th to 10th July. Only 8 teams proceeded in towards the playoffs. Qualifiers once done, so did qualifiers 2, and now we are here at the playoffs. At this point, this lower bracket matchup will determine who will be going home with 1 point in their hand. And I have to say, only claiming 1 point for this season is not a good thing, knowing that spring edition has already come to an end. We've already got a lot of points. And talk about the prize pool breakdown itself, points isn't the only thing that teams are going to go away home with. They will receive a total of $1,200 if they win the grand finals of this tournament. Second position will be at $600, third position $400, and last but not the least, fourth position having $300. And just like I said, points isn't the only thing that the teams are going to fight against. It'll also be the amount of prize pool that the teams are going to get.
I mean, that goes without saying, of course, but let's have a look at the points division for the Pro Series Summer Edition. Same as the Spring Edition, folks. First place gets 10, second place gets 8, third place gets 6, fourth place gets 4, fifth and sixth 2, and the one that we'll be looking at today, 7th and 8th positions get 1 point each. Just like Baba said, getting eliminated with 1 point only to your name is going to be, a little bit of a dicey situation going into the third and final Pro Series edition, because, to make up for lost time and lost points, you'll have to try for the top 4 at a minimum. And things will get so much more difficult for all the teams that get eliminated between that 5th to 8th spot. And looking at the table right now, as you can see, there's a clear division between which teams are looking mighty likely to go ahead and which teams are not. Retrograde, interestingly enough, does sit in that 4th position. And at the end of this Pro Series, if things go the way that they might, then Retrograde could potentially still keep themselves in 5th, and Phalanx might go up ahead to 4th. Depends on who wins what matches, of course. Kid Esports Mercenaries Hunters, of course, as expected, 8, 6, and 10, as you can see on the table, points to each of those teams. Now then, let's have a look at the brackets for the summer edition. The matches that have happened and the matches that are yet to happen today will be deciding between DAMWON Retrograde and ClickBait Won't Stop Peaking. Which of these two will go ahead and face the losers of upper bracket round 2, which will include Kira Esports versus Hunters LFO, a match for the ages, and Phalanx versus Mercenaries, another exciting match that, looking at it from here, might possibly go to map 3. But again, those matches are for later tonight. Two teams will end their journey for the summer series here. And it will be a little sad for them. Unfortunately, I mean, it is what it is. A team has to win and a team has to lose at the end of the day. But it just, two teams will go on ahead. DAMWON Mia would definitely like to put themselves on the board. Retrograde, even if they do have 5 points, they would like to make that at least 6. Get to that 5th, 6th spot at a bare minimum. And speaking of which, well, the match, of course, we're going to have 3 maps. It's a BO3. And the maps here, well, they are SA Classic. Oregon, Clubhouse, and Cafe. Clubhouse is actually the first map being taken by Retrograde, Oregon by DAMWON Mia, and then Decider will be Cafe Dostoevsky. Slightly different. Usually you see Villa within these 3 maps that are selected, but hey, today is a Cafe day, I guess. Whether or not we go to map 3 depends heavily on how the teams perform, and that map 1 Clubhouse is going to be very, very important to set the tone.
Yeah, I believe the main reason why they picked Map Cafe is to take a bit of a break, have a sip of tea or coffee, and then when the time is right, they'll be prepped up and ready to decide whether they can stay or not in the Pro Series Summer Edition. Now, talk about the rest of the 2 maps that we're going to see here from DAMWON Mia's end. Oregon will be the map, and then second will be Clubhouse. Clubhouse will be the first map, which will be picked from Retrograde, and DWM will, I believe DWM will choose to pick Attack on map Clubhouse. Talk about the second map itself. Oregon, DWM has made their pick and they've decided to go on defense to be first. Talk about a map like Oregon. I mean, defense is exactly what everyone likes to prefer on a game of Rainbow-Six-Siege, but there are some certain maps where the attackers do have a favor for themselves, and that has to be none other than Cafe Dostoevsky. I could include map Chalet as well, talk about the way how Hunters LFO and Mercenaries played on map Chalet when they went up against their opposition teams. Team WontStopPeeking, and also when but when Team Hunters LFO went up against the opposition team on the upper brackets. It does think for a fact that a map like Clubhouse and Oregon, it always depends on control. Whenever if one particular team gets a control on a place, the important chokeholds that the defenders needs to defend, if they lose this, then it's obvious the usual that the attackers have the upper hand. So whether or not who will get the advantage or not, we will never know, but we'll be able to see it right now, folks, with the match having on board, so we won't be having any more delays. So we will just head right into the match, folks. Lower bracket matchup is in. Team DAMWON Mia on attack, Team Retrograde on defense. The positioning is on Retrograde. If they lose this, they will only secure 1 point, which means that they'll only secure 5 points in total. And obviously, Retrograde would not leave it like that. So without further ado, folks, let us proceed to the operators ban phase and see what kind of operators do we get to see them banned on map Clubhouse.
Now, once again, this is one of those matches that is very interesting in and of itself because DAMWON Mia and Retrograde, to my knowledge, as they are in these rosters and these teams, have not yet fought each other in the summer series. So this is the first time they're going up against each other as they are now. The teams, of course, have players who have gone up against each other and played with each other before as well. So it wouldn't be too surprising for me if we see a couple of bans that might go off of, previous history between the two sides here. Thatcher, the first ban, no real surprises right there. But here we have an interesting one. Flores will be taken care of right off the bat, thanks to DAMWON Mia. Now, that's interesting because DAMWON is on the attack, so they don't want to use Flores and the RCE Rotero drones that he brings out. But at the same time, they don't seem to want to play against the Flores, who can destroy so much utility if you don't have a mute on board. That will, however, leave all the breachers still in play as Kaid gets banned on the first defender to get banned on the defense. So all breachers, Hibana, Thermite, Maverick, and of course Ace, and every secondary hard breacher every secondary hard breach gadget, every operator that has them is still on the board as well. Mira, the final ban, okay. Usually, sometimes you see Wamai get banned because Clubhouse has a lot of utility denial spots that Jaeger and Wamai can take advantage of. But Retrograde had the last ban, and if I recall correctly, they're not particularly fond of Mira, and they kind of like Wamai, so it makes sense why Mira will be banned. So that the bans have been taken care of. Thatcher Flores, Kaid, and Mira. And with that, we're about to go into round number 1 of Clubhouse between DAMWON Mia and Retrograde. So, as soon as we get in, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today. In the blue corner, attacking first, we have DAMWON Mia with Electric, Nightclover Fur, Invalid, Stark, and Sinomia. And on the other side, in the orange corner, with all eyes on them right now, they've got 4 points in the league, and they need more. It is Retrograde with Jimmy, Sasaki, Exter, Nexus, and Shrisha. And with that, folks, let the games begin.
Yes, folks, let the games begin. Starting off with first round, it will be on second for CCTV and Cash Room. And to be honest, for me, this is the first time I'm seeing Sinomia coming into a lower brackets matchup. I haven't seen him being present in the upper brackets matchup when DWM went up against Team Kira Esports. But yeah, there you go. Round 1 is a go. I'm really excited to see what DAMWON Mia has in store. The same thing can be said to Team Retrograde because they are at the deficit. Losing to 1 point isn't exactly what Retrograde will do, so they will make up and ensure that they wouldn't lose to certain opportunities. The same thing can be said to DWM because they also want to rack up their own points in the SA National Qualifiers. And it is on. Talk about the operator picks. We see the triple hard breaches. Thermite, the Maverick, and the Ace. Grenade will be tossed out to take out the new jammers. It shouldn't have much of a problem. Opens it up. CCTV wall will be open nonetheless. Clearer said than done. No issues. And also Nexus will have made a failed attempt to bandit trick the wall on CCTV, which means he still has those 3 shock batteries, which could be used to trick a wall into his construction, but I'm not quite sure he'll be able to defend CCTV because it's already been breached.
All right, looks like we have, I think we might have lost Baba for a second there. Anyhow, folks, the wall has been breached, and we are going to be moving into the rest of the round. Nightclover trying to find one on the lower lounge garage area. Red Ping comes out, shots fired, but no, Shrisha's not down, and that Valkyrie will take full advantage of that lapse of concentration right there from the attacking Ace. That's a little unfortunate for Nightclover right there, as that Ace going down is not going to be too good. Valkyrie's still alive. Shisha's still active in the area, in the scene. And Electric in the meanwhile contesting garage, trying to find one. Ooh, gets shut down. Exter is going to get that. And with that, that's 2 attackers down when the defenders should have been, probably taken care of in 2 situations. So not a great start for DAMWON Mia in this round. Stark trying to find one more. Not quite able to. Does get the down. Does get Shrisha as well on the turnaround. And that means it's suddenly a 3v3 equalizer. Sinomia now approaching Garage Catwalk.
Yep, Sinomia is here in towards the catwalk side. The LMG is such a strong weapon. Let's not forget about the Adrenal Surge. Constant, instant, or should I say, good stability from the attacking side. 3v3, they've somehow managed to equalize it at a very shaky round. They only have 30 seconds left to do so. Not a lot of utilities present on the attacker's side. They'll proceed with the plant. Now, Jimmy has a C4. He could use it to deny the plant, and he will do exactly that. Right from below, Jimmy will claim the life of Stark, and also the hands of Sinomia. A beautiful headshot of that too. And now Invalid needs to clutch out. Not quite sure if it was a good idea, but he will get Sasaki. But is it more than enough? 5 seconds left. He needs to go in for the plant. And now it's at the point of no return. The defenders, all they have to do is just wait patiently for the timer to go to 0, and Retrograde will win round number 1 just like that.
Retrograde taking round number 1. Well played right there from them. There was a momentary slip up right there with 2 bodies being lost in garage very quickly. Shrisha and of course Exter the Wamai. However, they managed to hold their ship together just enough to win the round. I say just enough. It still was a pretty good round for them. DAMWON, on the other hand, a pretty shaky start. Not exactly the best, losing, excuse me, right there, losing 2 bodies trying to enter garage and lounge. More particularly, losing the ace on first floor. Nightclover will definitely, be thinking that, yeah, I cannot afford to make a mistake like that again. And that is very true, because that push onto Shrisha, again, I'm not quite sure how, why Nightclover would just turn away from the Valkyrie that he was facing, because the down wasn't there. And of course, you don't know in competitive whether or not you've downed an operator to begin with. So again, some questionable choices being made, but DAMWON, after that shaky start, looked a little bit better. Definitely brought it back by taking a couple bodies in garage. But unfortunately for them, that early bit of damage that Retrograde did to them already had put them in quite the spot. And after that, well, we have this round. Now, round number 2, we have the site being chosen as Basement Church and excuse me, there, Basement Church and Arsenal. And let's see as to what the DAMWON's attack has to bring out here.
Talk about the operator's picks here, Jack. I kind of feel like they have smoke grenades, a lot of utilities from their hands at that too. With a total of 6 flashbangs, 2 grenades. Maybe they're trying to see whether if they can expend or extinguish Wumai's magnet needs to see whether they can remove that level shield. Pre-play C4 will be placed from Shrisha, I believe. I believe that has to be Shrisha. Pre-placing the C4, heading towards the kitchen entrance. Yeah, there you go. Right from that spot, exactly where the attackers are using their attack drones to give constant information and also trying to find out exactly where the Valkyrie scam is. That's exactly what Stark is trying to do, because if the defenders get a hold of that information in towards kitchen and uses the C4 at the right time, then things would not look too well in their favor. Again, safety is concern for the attacker's side, but also you need to be careful of the denials. The impact needs perfectly timed to remove one of the Hibana's Excaro spellers. You still have Stark, yet another denial comes back yet again. This is not good, because the Hibana, she only has 10 Excaro pellets left. She should be using it to open up other hatches. Maybe opening up the hatch on bar on stock would be a good idea, and she will do exactly just that. Stark, on the other hand, will put good use of his skeleton key to open up lines of sight and give good amount of entry, or should I say an angle, which would force the defenders to fall back and see whether if we can make a positioning in towards the K9 position or at the place where usually the defenders would be, and that is at the blue entrance. But the main thing here for Retrograde is that time is at its... time is currently in their favor here, folks. 56 seconds, and currently DAMWON Mia is a bit struggling to get an early peak. And even with Stark opening up a lot of lines of sight, and also with the C4, which hasn't been used just yet, which will be used as of right now, won't be able to get a kill. But that kill will be coming in from the SMG-11 Jimmy, as he gets to take out Sinomian towards the tunnel side. The second frag will come out from Sasaki, and Invalid goes down just like that.
2 big kills right there, and not in the best of situations. Shrisha finds a third, and now that's Nightclover off the board. Diffuser, I think, is now on the floor as well, i.e. it is not in any attacker's grasp, which means Electric and Stark have too much to do at the minute. They need to find 2 bodies. Well, actually, they need to find 5. 1 was found. Electric does take the refrag from the Jaeger, gets potentially a down and a kill, yes, but there's only so much that the Zofia, even with an LMG, can do, as time will simply slip away. Electric will lose his life right at the end of the round as well. Unfortunate right there for the side of DAMWON, but they simply took too long, setting themselves up on first floor and then going for the execute, where they just lost bodies one after the other. It wasn't even a big drop of bodies that Retrograde suddenly got on them. It wasn't a big flank that we saw either. It was just DAMWON trying to push down, say, main stairs, or trying to push down the hatch and just losing 1v1s, which is something that they have struggled with before. Their match in the upper brackets was something that we kind of touched upon back then as well. They really give away 1v1s when the going gets tough. And as soon as that starts to happen, they fall into this loop of just losing bodies and losing rounds, and it gets really hard for them to get back out of it. They're gonna have to try and find that way out, though, because things are gonna get very dicey very soon if they are not able to break this pattern of theirs. And it's basically the reason why they're down here to begin with, right? Kita Esports fought hard, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, Kita was pretty shaky in the match that they had against DAMWON as well. Going all the way to map 3 for that matter, DAMWON actually showed us a really, really good performance on map 2. But then in map 3, Kita brought it back really hard. So again, it's that whole point of DAMWON, when they get some momentum going, they are really good as a team, but they have a difficult time getting that momentum, getting those rounds. They find themselves in a rut way too quickly, and once they do, their enemy teams can just completely shut them down because they start making weird choices and odd mistakes that end up losing them multiple rounds. Sasaki, I think that was a contest towards the logistics hatch. Okay, interesting decision right there. Construction single wall has been breached open to make a line of sight thanks to the attacking Hibana. And in the meanwhile, we have Invalid going for the main breach, as you can see on the left side of your screens right now. Grenades out, but there's an ADS, so there should be another one. No, the grenade will go through. Did that actually cast the meat jammer? Yes, it did. So Jimmy will now have to watch as the breach will be done. And I think it's going to be Stark who will be taking care of that. The ace with the Selmas any second now should come and take care of this breach. Or actually, it might be a Night Clover now that I think about it. The Hibana, I mean, same thing really. Okay, you could save Stark Selmas for CCTV. But seems like, you know, it is going to be the Selmas for Jacuzzi Wall. Get that open nice and quickly. Gotta watch out for CC though, because there are, I think, at least one player, maybe even two potentially, that could go for a peek from there. You can see Starks opening up that window right now. No, not window, the CC wall right now. So this could be dicey unless DAMWON is really watching their backs.
Yeah, well, we're about to find that out immediate. The gunfight starts to happen here, folks. Extra takes out Electric, followed up with Sinomia with the refrag. Already, Chaos starts to soothe the pawn in towards the second floor gym hallway. And currently, I believe they have some information. Invalid currently knows where Sasaki's location is, and he's trying to figure out whether if he can get a kill or not. But he's currently safe, and the only way that they can take out Sasaki is from a grenade or from a kill from Sinomia, which they are already in the site. Would you look at that? Immediate push, and Sinomia is doing what he does best. Triple kill for him, but why?
Oh no, oh no,
This
oh no, oh no.
is going to give Retrograde the 1v1 gunfight that they wanted. Sasaki, all he needs to do is just win this 1v1, and he just sprinted all the way back into his construction. Post-plunge situation? No, that's not gonna happen. It's just a patient game, and that patient game is gonna give Night Clover the win by being aggressive with the bearing 9. And with it, Sasaki couldn't bear the 1v1 clutch. In the end, we will see DAMWON Mia win their attack rounds in second floor gym and bedroom with a very shaky execute, as I'd like to call it. Invalid was currently pre-firing the construction place where Sasaki was, and unfortunately that bullet did hit on Sinomia's end, so it wasn't really his fault to begin with, but in the end it will give DAMWON Mia the win that they need, thanks to Sinomia getting a triple kill just by pushing in towards second floor gym hallway. But on round number 4, they are back with the same site, second floor CCTV and cash room. The breach from CCTV wasn't much of a problem for them. The only problem was that the push that Night Clover did while he was playing as the ace, not getting the confirmation on Srisha really did give Retrograde the win that they need. So hopefully they won't make that same mistake yet again on round number 4 and see whether if they could find another way to disable them.
Well, the thing is, even if you get the breach done early, right, it's all about taking garage, and if you want to, you can also push out, have a pincer coming in towards construction, get that single wall open inside by the planks. And that is what a lot of teams do. You know, you look at the top teams of the region, they will do that every single time. They will attempt to go for that every single time. And a roam or an extended hold by the defense needs to extend out at least one player, maybe down below, one player towards gym, or at least, you know, lurking around construction to try and stop them in their tracks. That sort of play is what we've come to expect from a Clubhouse CCTV. However, when it comes to DAMWON, they don't always play that game. They don't always quite go for that sort of play style. As in the meanwhile, oh boy, you can see the grenades and flashbangs coming in, but Nexus really wants to, do a little bit of bandit tricking. And was he successful? Yes, he was. That's unfortunate for the side of DAMWON, because that means that things are not going to be good. Nexus finds Invalid with a C4, and Stark is on the floor as well. Flashbang, I think, did not go where it was required, and that means that with the Maverick gone, you no longer, one, you don't have the grenades anymore, right? And two, Stark can't use that second exothermic charge because the wall will still be electrified. No one is down below trying to take the bandit out. Sinomia, the only other operator with grenades who should be downstairs trying to grenade from below, hasn't even cleared out the lounge area yet. Nightclover's coming in from construction. Will find one. That's a surprise tactic right there to find Jimmy. That's one, yes, but the thing is, this push needed to happen much sooner. This entire strat of going down below the lounge, going to construction, needed to happen sooner if you wanted to pressure Nexus. They did not. And now look at what Nexus is doing, trying to go for another bandit trick, this time towards the construction wall, simply because he was allowed so much room by the attackers. A bandit trick will happen, Stark's exothermic charge is gone, and they don't have the kind of firepower necessary to get rid of that car battery.
Oh man, smooth sailing Nexus bandit trick, as I like to call it, folks. CCTV has been open, neither did construction. And now DAMWON Mia is facing the consequences of them pushing towards the door side itself. Here comes Reacher once again, taking out Sinomian towards the stock side, ensuring that none of those cooked needs would come in right at the defender's footsteps. But somehow that shot will connect on the Starks' side. Good headshot as well too to take out Nexus, but the breach will happen nonetheless. But look at the time here, folks. 35 seconds, and Retrograde are still holding on, with Sasaki and Exter holding it once back again on the cash room. And now Nightclover Fur, despite his best efforts to gain a lot of advantage, he might be able to deal a lot of damage by downing out Shrisha. The bearing 9 comes back, the confirmation comes in back as well. And now in just 15 seconds, it's a 1v2. A clutch would be of immediate effect for DAMWON Mia in order for them to succeed and equalize it 2-2. But unfortunately, it is too much because of the crossfire angles being made at the hands of Team Retrograde. Once again, on map Clubhouse, which is in fact picked by Team Retrograde, will win round number 4, putting themselves up in the lead 3-1. And in round number 5, DAMWON Mia, they have to do something about it, especially on the side basement church and Arsenal room. They took way too much time onto figuring out exactly where the Valkyrie scams were in towards kitchen. We didn't see any progress being made from blue stairs. Neither did we see them push in towards tunnels. Granted, they did open up the wall in towards the tunnel side, but I kind of felt like they didn't remove that deployable shield. That's exactly where the smoke Jimmy was holding on to, and they didn't even let them push tunnels. So if you want to make an execution in towards the kitchen side, you need to ensure that K9 position and the dummy spot in towards the Arsenal room should be clear, or else when they drop down from the hatch, you are more likely to be, to get eliminated out if you don't clear one of those angles. And how do you do that? By gaining control on tunnels and main stairs. If you do that, it would be an entire lockdown, and the attackers would be free to drop down from the kitchen hatch. But it's not been successful. Let's see if it'd be worthwhile on this round itself.
See, I think the problem with DAMWON is their coordination is just completely off today. And I don't say that to say, that Retrograde is just, coasting off of DAMWON's mistakes. Sure, they're punishing DWM for where they're going wrong, but also Retrograde is playing really well. Their positioning, their cross angles, the ones that they've been holding, wherever they've able to use their utility in a smart way. Very, very good stuff from them. The couple of gunfights that they may or may not have lost are more than made up for the fact that the rest of the team is functioning like one full unit rather than individual plays and players trying to go for things as a collective team. And while in some cases, the latter of what I just described might work out, for DAMWON, it simply isn't. And that is really unfortunate for them. The problems that they had against Kira seem to be completely on blast against them today, in that they're having the same issues with very botched executes and very shaky coordination, and sometimes even very shaky early rounds. Their mid rounds are sometimes where they can, get themselves back into the fray. They can, equalize the situation, get the man count running and everything. They do that stuff in time, sure. However, sometimes they are just unable to pull that stuff off. And today, as you can see, it's happened, well, not as enough times as DAMWON would have wanted. Well played by Stark, though, knowing full well that somebody was going to be down below, shooting way above, does find Nexus thanks to the verticality that the sledge offers. So that's one kill, yes. Now, they've gotten the body count advantage. The question is, can they hold on to it? I'm not seeing anyone going dirt just yet. There are a couple of players towards, I think, Blue Hatch and Lounge, but it's just a hatch play right now. Shrisha has taken a bit of damage from the grenade that just went down from Sinomia. But again, there's nobody pushing dirt and no one pushing main stairs. Look at this. All 5 players are still on first floor. Electric is still watching the flank angle, which, while, yes, it is a necessary angle to watch, you might want to be careful. Sinoma is coming down towards Oil Pit into blue, so this might be something that gives DAMWON something to say about this, but no, Extra will shut down the Finka, shuts down the aggressor, and while Nightclub was going for the plant, we're going to have cover from the hatch. Is this going to be a post-plant situation? Seems like it, but no, the Jaeger comes in. Is a little bit too late to stop the plant, but Trisha's been down in the meanwhile, will be picked up. It's a post-plant in a 4v3.
Yep, this is exactly what DWM needs in order for them to succeed. They even have the angles, they even have the protection. Does Sasaki know about Electric's whereabouts? Not quite sure, but they're losing a lot of time, and that time is going to give DWM the advantage that they need. Stark and Electric doing what they does best. High ground potential in towards the kitchen site. Invalid takes out one, and that would be Jimmy out of the equation. And now Extra is the last man standing, and in just a total of 10 seconds, even though he might be able to get a lot of peaks, he won't be able to get the win. For Retrograde, all they had to do was just succeed in forcing the defenders to be on post plant. If Jimmy's smoke gas canisters was aimed correctly in towards the default plant, maybe we would have seen Retrograde win round number 5, but unfortunately that smoke gas canisters was a bit inaccurate, and because of it, the AoE effect of the smoke gas canisters did not affect the planter, in which DWM had the advantage in hand. A job well done for the attackers to hold their ground out, immediately realizing that there will be some resistance being made to use the impact nades to, waste a lot of utilities from the Hibana's Iskaros pellets, and since that did eventually work out, they used the vertical lines of sight being made from Starks' end, claiming the life of Nexus, which was very important because Nexus MX4 Storm is a dangerous weapon to, go up on a gunfight with. And with him being eliminated, all DWM had to do was just go in with the execute. They all had their covers lined up perfectly, and with the execute being so well, they will secure round number 5. And back again, we will see Retrograde choosing to go with the same side yet again on round number 6. Basement, Arsenal Room / Church. And I still have to ask, is it a good idea for Team Retrograde to go back into the same site? And even more so, the interesting part about DWM is that they are not using the IQ scanners to indicate some useful information. Granted, I can understand that the IQ doesn't have proper necessary secondary utilities like a grenade, nor a flashbang. Maximum, she only has a breach charge and a claymore, and mainly because of which they would just prefer using the drones to give information and see whether if they can find those Valkyrie camps. And although it did not work out way too much on round number 2, because it did took a lot of time for DWM to gain presence in towards the kitchen site, but on round number 5, I have to say they got a bit lucky because of that single smoke gas canisters being misplaced. So on round number 6, if they don't take care of that simple information being relayed around on Valkyrie's end, then things might go well in Retrograde's side, or DWM might equalize it 3-3. And that's exactly what it might happen. No resistance being made from the kitchen hatch, not a single impact nades being thrown around because they want to play it passively. And that passiveness is going to give DWM the time that they need to scout out the area.
See, that's the thing. while DWM will be able to make good on time thanks to the overall turtle nature of the hold from Retrograde,
Bomb located
the
by
problem
attacker.
is, are they going to be able to make the execute work? Because that is where they have struggled, historically speaking, against many, many teams. Now, Retrograde definitely were a little bit shaky on the when DAMWON started executing, and even then, it was largely the same execute that DWM tried back in round two for Basement Church. So the question is, where did Retrograde go wrong? There were primarily, I think it was just a case of just a couple of missed pieces of utilities, just like the smoke gas canister that you mentioned, Baba. And of course, after that, it was kind of a case of losing the gunfights where they simply could not afford to. Gas canister number one from Smoke is out, so the time wastage is now going to get started. Once again, no push on dirt, no one from main stairs. There is a player there, but Nexus is still watching. Nightclub was just jumping down, losing control of the diffuser. Sasaki goes down to Sainomi, and then meanwhile, that is the Finka on the main stairs. But this pressure needed to come much sooner. Any kind of pressure from elsewhere on the map, DAMWON is struggling to put that through. Jimmy's going to throw another gas canister, get another bit of time wasted, and all he has to do is hold, but Sinomia is taking bodies. Meanwhile, just standing on main stairs, they are giving that Finka all the bodies in the world to take care of. One drop comes in, is not taken care of, but it doesn't matter. Shisha C4 will take down Start. Another drop, that's another kill for Nexus. Where is the Finka in all of this? Nowhere to be found. Another drop, another kill, not yet. Invalid is still in there as the Finka is pushing up the hallway, is found by Nexus, and no plant can happen because there is no way the Iana gets away with that alive. It was like shooting fish in a barrel for Nexus and the rest of Retrograde. Again, main stairs pressure from Finka only came in at the last 40 seconds of the round, and even then, the two kills that the Finka got were because Retrograde's defenders pushed out into the hallway, not because the Finka was actively pressuring the corridor. Thus, there was no way that Retrograde would lose the round because they simply were not in a position to. DAMWON were in no position to apply any kind of pressure and any kind of, pressure of substance, so to speak. Sure, the Fink is there, but Nexus behind the shelf, he's undisturbed, completely unbothered by the Finka's presence. And no matter how many bodies you shoot in the hallway, unless you get that alibi and unless you get the smoke out of dirt, your hatch drop, the part that really matters if you're going to go for a hatch drop plant, will still be covered. And just like we saw, like I said before, Nexus was just shooting fish in a barrel.
Like, what's the worst part about it, Jack, is that the entire blue room was uncontested.
Yeah.
No one was at the blue room. A single attacker there were 3 attackers in towards kitchen. At least if one of them would made a decision to head in towards the blue room, they would have gotten both Nexus and Jimmy both at the same time. But they didn't. They choose to imply pressure in towards the kitchen hatch, and guess what happened? They just kept dropping down. I mean, sure, but if you just keep dropping one at a time every 5 seconds, when Alibi gets to reload every 2 seconds of that particular time, then I have to say this wasn't a great execute coming in from DWM's end. Talk about round number 7 here. With the role swap. Man, 4-2 Retrograde. They just need to win 2 more rounds to put themselves on match point. Let's not forget, Valkyrie is not banned. If Valkyrie was banned, maybe we would have seen Pulse being brought out on the basement site. But since Valkyrie isn't removed out, and it's just the Kaid who's been, taken out, which means that opening hatches wouldn't be much of a difficulty for the attackers. But you still need to be careful on those explosive ordnance that the defenders have. Fuse cluster charges being used at the hands of Jimmy to clear out any and certain utilities present on the Arsenal side with the help of Nexus, the hammer to open up lines of sight, and the entire Arsenal room is clear. except some certain spots, and that is towards the dirt side. Now, the dirt side has to be implied with a lot of pressure if they have to drop down from the hatch and ensure that they can deal a lot of damage in post-plant situation. But do they know that there is one lurking defender in towards the first floor side? I'm clearly not quite sure. No, Shisha's actually inside. He's actually in the assault room. He deals a lot of damage. Not only he just get downed, he would force DAMWON Mia on a 2v4 situation. This is actually not good. Coming in from DWM's end, they have control on the entirety of the arsenal room, but I could say that the only advantage is that the diffuser has been dropped, which means that they have to make an execute on the hatch itself. Extra once again trying to look at the vertical lines of sight that he made will give a lot of protection, taking out Nightclover Fur. And Sinomia will be the last man standing. Will it get shut down at the hands of Exter? Yes, it does. All he had to do was just inverted rappel from the window, give a lot of protection from the main stairs hallway, and give Retrograde the win that they need on round number 7. And I have to say, if you want to make a clearance like that, that's exactly how you should do it. Fuse cluster charges or 4 pucks being used, and when that explosive timed at the right time, Shisha just dropped down from the hatch and gets to pick out half of DWM's team just like that. 2 kills from Shisha, instant control on the arsenal room, and also control on dirt. And next thing you know, DWM was currently no control on the side itself.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we did not quite see any particular, branch out in the attacking push. I don't think we quite saw anyone going to dirt. There was cover from hatch on the drop. That's how, the defender on dirt who came out to peek Shrisha got taken down before Shrisha was able to be confirmed on. So, not too bad from Retrograde. Again, just solid gunplay and solid use of utility because they knew exactly what they were getting into. They knew exactly what to expect and what not to do. And it was just clean at the end of the day. Shrisha jumping down, the surprise factor. You had the established plays from the fuse, from the sledge, and of course from the from the hatch. And yeah, other than that, there wasn't really much to do for Retrograde. Once Shisha got in and got those 2 kills, DAMWON were just completely caught off guard. They did not seem like they were ready. They did not seem like they were expecting it, and thus they lost all of their bodies before they knew what even happened. And thus we find ourselves in a 5-2. Retrograde on their map pick, mind you, Clubhouse is their map pick, are going to be the ones to go up to 1 away from map point. Not sure what happened to Extra right there. Probably fell down from the roof, which is a little unfortunate. But hey, if you're going to be rappelling this side of the chain link fence right here, then I guess it'll be all fine so long as Extra doesn't get shot out of the sky. Other than that, the rest of the team of the attackers is completely unperturbed, of course. We have the fuse back once again. Jimmy is going to be doing the cluster charge stuff to clear out deep arsenal, as they always do. And once again, I will say this, though. I do like the pickup of Fuse recently in Clubhouse. I mentioned this whenever he's brought in, but yeah, Fuse on Clubhouse actually has proven to be quite the substantial asset as of late. So I might have to, I might be a day 1 Fuse main, but I don't usually use them on Clubhouse, weirdly enough. So might have to pick some things up. But in the meanwhile, Sasaki will go down to Sinomia. That's a big first kill right there. And that is the Maverick gone as well. The Alibi coming in a clutch with a big first kill, giving DAMWON the first blood of the round.
Yep, first blood, and it's a necessary one for DWM, as Sinomia is making his best share of efforts to hold his ground by roaming around and see if he could get picks 1 by 1. I believe this happened into us a stock side, and Srisha immediately notices it. He's currently caught Sinomia, but can he guess the confirmation on the kill? He's still alive. But as for now, Srisha, if he needs to eliminate the main threat of the problem, he needs to remove Sinomia off the board, or else it will be a lot of problem. Flashbacks being used, he is flashed out of his mind, and he gets removed just like that. Clean, swift, and effective, as I like to call it, with that execute. Although taking out Sasaki will still give a lot of problems for them because they don't have enough frag grenades, explosive utilities that could have been used to remove some of the players off of the board. But Srisha, does he knows that? No, he just proned!
He survived that? Okay.
He just proned with the hip fire. That's a really interesting thing to look about. But let's not forget about the side itself. The drop down did happen, and DWM are still holding their ground because they don't have control on the dirt side. But now they do. Nexus is still here. He gets to take out Invalid, and at Clover Fur, he is currently at a very bad spot once again. again. They get the plant, which means that Electric should use his impact needs to see whether if he could deny the post-plant situation, but unfortunately it cannot. Shrisha's looking very strong. Triple kill for him as he has to take out Night Clover, but only to get picked out, but Dexter is still back in the game and will be able to give the win for Team Retrograde back again on round number 8. Despite him having a total of 10 HP by, falling down from the roof, he will still manage to get the kill in the end and also give Retrograde the match point that they need. All in all, it is 2-6. And even with Sinomia's greatest efforts to remove Maverick out of the equation, I kind of felt like DWM didn't had the roam protection that they wanted to, because once we saw Shrisha finding out exactly where Alibi's whereabouts were, for a moment I thought, you know what, I think there should be at least one or more than one player providing him extra support or cover from the blue stair itself to see whether if he can get a kill or not, because Oil Pit was uncontested because the entire garage is at the hands of Alibi. So maybe if they could have, if at least one of the player, maybe Stark or Invalid, even more so if Night Clover was at the blue stairs, it would have worked out. But actually, you know what? Not Night Clover. Night Clover was mainly focused on the kitchen hatch, so he was doing his best share of efforts to hold his ground. But other than that, Stark or Invalid, if either both of them were trying to support Sinomia, maybe they could have removed Shrisha off the board, because he was the only one contesting Sinomia, so having that protection would have helped. But in the end, it just didn't work out well in their favor. And DAMWON Mia, Team Retrograde, they are in map point. One more point to claim map clubhouse and proceed to map number 2, which will be on our our SA's favorite map, Oregon. At this point, we should have a pretty good title for Oregon, don't you think, Jack? Like, especially on the SA region-wise.
I mean, it is an SA Classic, I'll give you that, but I'd say Clubhouse and Villa would be competing for that title of SA Classic. But in the meanwhile, let's zoom back into the round right now, as New Jammer has stopped the breach, only temporarily though. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, the breach is done, courtesy of Jimmy and Nexus, the site being second floor, CCTV, and cash room. And again, Retrograde, just that end round, whenever the execute is happening against them, whenever, the rounds aren't quite going their way, they find themselves in this loop of just round loss into, more round loss into losing bodies, losing advantage. Anything that they do kind of just seems to blow up in their face. As in the meanwhile, Shrisha has spotted the defender. Pings are being given away. He wants to peek this. Doesn't quite have the same position of the Alibi this time around. The Alibi will fall back after that, only to find someone else peeking this. Sinomia's got to be careful. Shrisha's in garage, and that's going to be a kill. But Invalid finds the other one. Sasaki is now down. Stark on garage door. Overwatch gets shot up significantly. Position given away, of course, because of the shots that have been fired. Flashbang's coming in. You have everything else being, just thrown in. Flashbang comes out again, and another. Stark just cannot catch a break right now. And there you go. Invalid will find the refrag on Dexter from down below in Oil Pit, as Night Clover will find Jimmy. That's the diffuser dropped outside of the breach, so that's good stuff. Invalid from first floor, definitely a good idea right there from Invalid, that is, from Oil Pit. Definitely a good idea right there for DAMWON to have roaming about. That leaves only Nexus and Shrisha, and they're not exactly in the best of positions. They're both far apart from each other. Shrisha by the breach. Nexus is just about going to go in through the stage door towards lounge, maybe try to come up red stairs. Shrisha will also have to find cover from that. But do they have clearance on garage? I don't think so. Meanwhile, a down and a kill will be confirmed. Shrisha takes damage from the garage area, and that is because Nexus hasn't yet cleared this out. Shots are fired, and Electric will be found. That leaves Invalid towards the red corridor, red stairs corridor, that is. The Mute, the last one standing. 20 seconds remain. Shrisha at least has to have some idea about this. You have the Maverick watching from garage, but the cross needs to happen. The Mute will not get the shot. Retrograde will still win the round. Shrisha, taking bodies and taking names from the breach, will shut down the potential round return from the side of the deep. DAMWON Mia will unfortunately lose out on map number 1. It will be, folks, the side of Retrograde who go 1-0 up on the map count, 7-2 on Clubhouse. Not really much of a competition from DWM. At the end of the day, a loop of their own faults and a lot of those situations where they could have really just walked out of it with grace had they played them a little better. Again, their end round executes and their defense against the executes just not quite there. We saw in round 8 on Basement Church how Retrograde, just having that one sledge coming in through dirt, completely threw off the Arsenal box's hold, because the Jaeger can't stay there anymore because the shelf is actually exposed to dirt. The player inside of dirt, the smoke, of course, got taken down. And after that, you just needed somebody down the main stairs. I think there was one. And then from the hatch, comes the Zofia, starts the plant off, applying even more pressure. That kind of stuff was completely absent from the DWM attack. And on the defense, they fell prey to those same tactics that they should have been using the get-go. Let's actually talk a little bit more of that, because the map in and of itself was interesting as we go into the highlights of map number 1. Not too many highlights in there, but there are a few. But at the same time, DAMWON, there is a lot to clean up going into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the first map itself, Jack. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened there. Night Clover was there. He thought he did claim the life of Shrisha, but it, it kind of didn't work out well in their favor. And even more so, they were more likely hell bent on gaining control on the kitchen room itself. I haven't seen them open up the hatch on stock. Neither have I seen them open up a hatch on towards the bar side. I mean, not opening on bar would I can clearly understand that, because more likely the defenders can have control if the attackers lose control towards it. But at least a stock hatch would have been best for them if they want to, clear out the entire K9 spot just by dropping down from the hatch. So we don't usually get to see DWM doing that, but they only won 2 attack runs because of it. And the rest of the sites, second floor CCTV and second floor gym and master bedroom, that was the one place where Retrograde had a lot of problems with. But DWM, the attack coordination was more like one-sided. One-sided as in just focused on one particular place and just execute full on push, even with all players still alive, even with the K9 spot and dirt not being able to clear out. They just push in on it anyways, because they lost a lot of time. And talk about CCTV room and cash room, it was still the same scenario. They just opened up the wall. There was no pressure being made towards the garage side. There wasn't any aggressive pushes being made in towards the stocks end too. Granted, we did get to see a bit of cooked nades being presented on DWM's end, but not a lot of different strategies do we get to see some DWM's end. It was just a simple straight out execute in which Retrograde had all the counters to it, and in the end, we get to see them ended off on a 7-2 scoreline, with Srisha being on the top of the MVP leaderboards, 13-6, 78% cost. 3 times that he get the early peak just by playing as the Valkyrie. Talk about the DWM's end. Night Clover 4 will also be the one on the higher end, 6-8, having a cost percentage of 56%. And the first skill advantage did really went off of the hands on the hands of Sinomia and Stark. Sinomia's performance, though, playing as the Finca, really did boost a lot of confidence towards them, but there was a lot of mistakes being made from their end too. So I hope that they fix their mistakes on map number 2, because it is the map that they've picked, Oregon. So hopefully we might be able to see them make a dominant performance up against Retrograde, because this would be their final chance. If they lose map number 2, they will be eliminated out of the Summer Pro Series, and they will go away with only 1 point in hand.
Yeah, not a good look for DAMWON. They did try, and it's already a whole thing that they were able to push out as far as they did into the top 8. They've broken through into top 8 for the first time, which is really, really good for them. And I do hope to see them back again, because back again in the next series. And even then, it doesn't matter, what happens next. What I want to see from them now is a bit of a fight back on Oregon. And depending on how far they go or don't go, I want to see them back for the summer series as well. Not the summer series, the next series. This is the summer series. But I will say though, yeah, Baba, that Oregon, they need to put up a performance. If they can't, 1 point only is all they'll get, and they will set themselves in eighth position for the summer series. Retrograde, in the meanwhile, will go ahead to map number 2 with high spirits and high hopes because they've got themselves a load of momentum. 7-2 on map number 1, Clubhouse. Well played to Retrograde. And in the meanwhile, on Oregon, again, DWM, you've made it this far, which is in of itself a big thing, but you have to make it even farther.
Yep. Retrograde currently having a spot on fourth place is exactly what they need to be. But if they have to win it out, they just have to succeed in the lower brackets matchup and survive. But for now, folks, for the match number 2 to commence, we might be able to. I think we have to take a short little break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me as my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for map number 2 of the lower brackets match between Retrograde and DAMWON Mia. To catch all of our viewers up on, who may have missed map number 1, or you might have forgotten in the little break that we took in the middle, we had a Clubhouse not too long ago where Retrograde on their map pick took a 7-2 victory over DAMWON Mia, and really just a really solid performance from Retrograde. While map number 2 Oregon, which is the pick from DWM's side, well, we'll have to see how DWM, executes on this map, because they will need to pull out all the stops right about now to win this map. Retrograde's looking really solid, and all things considered, they might as well walk away with a 2-0. DAMWON is looking really, really shaky today. Whether or not that is the case, we'll find out. We won't be waiting too long at all, folks. We're going to be going live for the match right now. Oregon, map number 2, for all of our viewers at home to enjoy, as DAMWON is on the defense and Retrograde is on the attack.
Yep, one last chance for DWM to stay in the league, and one last chance for Retrograde to proceed into the next phase. They've already secured map number 1. They are here to secure map number 2 as well, and start off with the ban phase. It will be the same nonetheless. Thatcher will be banned on the defensive side. On the side of DWM. A standard ban, that is. You don't want to have those EMPs throwing around everywhere to disable important utilities. The second attacker's ban will be Finca nonetheless. We've seen a lot of Finca bans being made on a certain amount of maps, especially on map Oregon. Finca has been picked most of the time. So with with her being banned out, it will be a bit much more easier for the defenders to hold their ground. Talk about the defensive bans, it will be Valkyrie, which means Kaid isn't banned just yet, or maybe DWM might do the honors of doing it for them. There you go. Kaid will be banned because they don't want those hatches to be electrified, so that the attackers would be free to use the Hibana 6 Kairos pellets to open up those hatches in Meeting, Freezer, and in towards basement laundry stairs. All in all, DWM, they're on defense, which means they're the first one who have the advantage in hand, and they're the ones who decided to ban Kaid. Maybe not banning Kaid would have given much more strength on the defensive side, since they are on defense first. But all in all, I believe they want to have some fairness on attack, and I believe Retrograde will make sure to put good use of it. Talk about the attackers, operators picks. We have the Iana, we have the Nomad. Even more so, what's even more interesting is that we see Srisha bring in Dokebi. It's not a lot where we do see Dokebi being brought out in most of the matches. And talk about her kit itself, being able to ring the phones of the defenders to have instant information via sound cues is actually a good thing. It kind of works out like an anti-roamer, which kind of has the similar effects of the jackal, which has the similar effects of the lion. But Dokebi has another ability where if she gets a kill, she'll be able to hack the phones. That will give a lot of defender cams utility. So even if you have Valkyrie, even if you have the bulletproof cams, which is a secondary gadget being used from the defensive side, if that particular gadget is active and Dokebi gets a hold of it, she would have a lot of information in towards the side itself, and it would not look too well on the defensive side. But for now, talking about first round itself, in order for the Dokebi to get that information, they need to get the early frag out first. So I believe that this is exactly what is going to happen. And I just realized we're not going to see Dokebi being brought out, Jack. We're going to see him bring in the knock. Are you kidding me? I talk so much. All that.
And you didn't even notice that the switch had happened. Trisha is already right by white stairs, mind you. Very ready for an execute this Nook. As in the meanwhile, Nexus is pressuring on the armory corridor window. You have somebody upside down rappel as well. The grenade's about to go out, and the deployable shield and trophy should be taken care of. Flashbang is out. Stark is still not flashed. Meanwhile, there should be a gunfight from that Nook incoming any second now. The shield and trophy is taken care of. Stark is falling back as a result. Now, the question is, When will Retrograde decide that Shrisha needs to execute? That is the question. The mute's position is given away, but Invalid is still holding strong. Exter still hasn't been able to flush that mute out. You have, the concussions being thrown, the explosives as well. As Jimmy will find one, that's Dark down. That's a big one. And here comes Shrisha, but only to get taken down by Electric. Nightclover pushing out into Trophy, finds one more. That's Sasaki down. Invalid goes down to the rappel in from Exter. It is a messy, messy round at that. It's now a 3v2. Retrograde have the man count advantage.
Man, it is a messy round, but still DWM has the control on the side. All they have to do is just hold their ground, but what is Nightclover doing? That aggressiveness is going to cost him his life, and Jimmy will claim it just like that. And Electric, last man standing, has impact needs. He could use those to deny the plant. But is it more than enough to hold 3 players at the hand of Team Retrograde? Information's being given from the Banshees. He'll be able to claim 1. Can he get the second kill? No, he does not. Exer comes in at the right time, gets to take out Electric, and gives Retrograde round number 1. And I have to say, I've made an entire build-up on the prep phase to talk about why the Kebi has been brought out. Next thing you know, when action phase arrived, I see Shrisha bring in the Nook, and I'm like, all of that, just gone. And back again, I see Shrisha bring in the Kebi on round number 2 itself for second floor kids Doms, and Dom's main hall will be the site once again. And Shrisha, please don't tell me you're gonna repick back towards the Nook. Please, just if you want to do it, just do it. Sometimes. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jack. The thing about it is, since 6-pick was a thing, I thought the attackers wouldn't be able to change it, and then afterwards in the action phase, I just realized, oh wait a minute, attacker repick is actually a thing. Not quite sure what exactly happened to my voice crack right over there, but yeah. Okay. Interesting. Round number 2. Let's see if Retrograde will proceed with the same operators picks. But I gotta say, the execute that Retrograde made was a lot messy.
Attackers must locate.
Yeah, that is very true. So, all things considered, Retrograde, they might want to clean up the early rounds a little bit, and they might actually be able to get an even better, more emphatic round win here and now. That's what they want, and that is what they absolutely need to get themselves in, once again, in with momentum in this map. They got to be careful for any first floor, roamers, and there seems like there is one all the way towards the big tower, and that is Electric. Okay, halfway down the main big tower stairs. So that's something that Retrograde will have to watch out for if anyone is if anyone is going to push towards meeting. Maybe there could be. We do have the drones, finding out where all the utilities and cameras and whatnot are from DAMWON. And in the meanwhile, I'm interested to see that Stark has brought out the Goyo. And, those Goyo canisters are definitely going to take a lot of time away from the attack. First gunfight right now, but no health taken off of anyone. Electric coming up the back. This could be big, depending on when he decides to strike. Coming up, does he know that there's somebody in classroom? He will in a sec, sees the gun, finds the Dekebi, and that's first blood for DWM.
Yep, first frag, and there goes Shrisha. This is exactly what DWM needs to get themselves back on track. But their job's not done yet. They still need to hold out. The aggressive push is being made in towards the trophy side. Breach already been done, and Jimmy he's not gonna succeed that frag. And whether Retrograde are slowly starting to fall apart. A drop down which has happened from Sasaki's end, but he'll be able to pick himself back up nonetheless. A minute and 25 seconds. Sasaki really needs to be careful on the particular place that he's in right now, because he might be able to find with the Melusi. Oh boy, there you go, Electric. Back again with the headshot to take out Sasaki. And it's just Exter back again to clutch a 1v5 ace. If he needs to succeed this, he has only 1 minute left and needs to find all 5 players. What's even more worse for Retrograde is that they don't even have the diffuser in hand, which means they have to recover it back. It's currently placed in towards the bedroom side. And Exter, I believe he's going to go exactly towards that particular spot. The wall top will happen. The defenders are just patiently waiting for Exter to make his move. Just a bit much more afraid because he doesn't have any information from the attack drones. He might be able to find one, but does he see a crossfire angle being made? Yes, he does. But at the midst of him being dealt a lot with a lot of damage, I'm not quite sure he'll be able to survive that round at all. DWM will win round number 2 just like that. And in round number 3, kind of feel like Team DWM might be able to come back.
They might be able to. I mean, this is their map pick after all, so it makes sense that they win more rounds than they did on Oregon. And overall, the way Electric was just pacing around the bottom floor. Again, just those little differences in their choices in these rounds. That's all they need to do, because Retrograde is simply expecting to be able to get in, punish them for any mistakes, get in, get the standard stuff done, and get the plant off or get all the bodies. So what you need to do against Retrograde is to, throw them off their game plan. DAMWON, they did that thanks to Electric roaming around downstairs, getting those 2 kills, getting the first floor anti-roam as it were, and particularly getting Shrisha out early. That was also a pretty good thing for them. And that, of course, resulted in them winning the round, because Retrograde were thrown into a panic. What do we do now? How do we go about this situation? Well, they were not able to. Are they going to be able to do it for this round 3 as well? We'll have to wait and see. The site is, of course, Basement Church and Arsenal Room. And we have an interesting pick here from Shrisha. That is the Amaru. Even though, for basement sites, Amaru isn't particularly all that good. For quick entry above, I think that is why Shrisha has gone for that operator. That, the LMG, the flashbangs, pretty decent operator, all things considered. But some might have picked the IQ with the G8 as well, even though you lose access to your zoom scopes. It's a whole thing. Meanwhile, Blue Bunker has a whole push going on. In the meanwhile, Shrisha's already in tower. Might find somebody in meeting, might find somebody on a kitchen side of first floor, as the ADSs and magnets are being burned in just a bit. Nightclover has been down. The signal will be given. But there's a shotgun player very close, and that SMG actually from Stark is going to get the first blood. That is Sasaki off the board.
Well, Nitro will be revived back nonetheless with the help of his teammate, which means that DWM has finally got a hold of their ground. Basement bunker is currently not a good way for Retrograde to hold out their ground unless Shrisha does something about it. Extra doing a very risky maneuver to see whether if he could remove that deployable shield, but he is way too deep inside the site. Maybe he might be able to get a kill or 2, but he forgot about the player into the boiler side. Invalid is still here. A headshot to take out Extra, and Shrisha. For a moment there, I thought he had the protection, but unfortunately it was a bit too late. He's still staring at the main stairs. A minute and 30 seconds. Retrograde are slowly losing their grasp and also the control on the side, because Electric is still back there. 3-2, and Jimmy comes back to take out Invalid, but that smoke gas canisters is not going to let the player for the attacker side to push in, but Jimmy is deep within blue bunkers. He's going to make his own attempts to see whether if he can get a kill or not, but maybe he can. Triple kill. Electric goes out, and it's just Stark all by himself. No gas canisters, and neither his life. Nexus, beautifully done, especially with that A jab, perfectly placed, jabbed, and removed. And I gotta say, even with Retrograde having a lot of issues in towards the blue bunkers side, somehow they found a way. Both of the 2 players on the side of Retrograde were just so aggressive. One was, I believe that was Extra, actually, yeah, it was Extra, yeah. Extra was the one who was playing as a Sophia. Vaulted in towards the Electric side, even with Stark being present. Next thing you know, even with the smoke gas canister, Stark thought maybe he was free. Maybe the entire blue bunker was at their hands. Well, guess what? It was wrong. Because Hibana also arrived at the same spot, gets an opening, and next thing you know, Retrograde has things under control.
Yeah, that Hibana from the entry, into the small room right there, right, the hatch room, meeting hatch room, or whatever you call it. Yeah. That was really just the defining factor there, because it wasn't even because the Jimmy jumped in right before that as well. Just watching through that line of sight that the defenders so commonly use to try and hold down blue bunker, he got 2, and then jumped in, peeked out towards blue stairs' corner, or what's called Harry Potter, and gets that other, defender, Electric, who has been a thorn in their side this entire time. And then finally, of course, you had Stark the Smoke, who was occupied with Nexus. Nexus was just distracting Stark, trying, almost feigning every now and again with, hey, I'm peeking, kind of like that. And, it's like a peekaboo situation where Stark just did not know if that push would happen. In the meanwhile, somebody else who doesn't know whether or not they'll be able to push this round, that is Electric, because they are down. Looks like it was an attempted spawn peek, maybe even a run out. The door is broken wide open, but it doesn't matter. Electric is down early, and that is a big loss. Big loss for DAMWON, and as confirmed by our producer, yes, it was indeed a run out. Wait, somebody is okay. That's a big gas grenade throw, but punished immediately by Sasaki. That is your blue elbow player. Smoke gone, and suddenly it's a 5v3.
Yep, a 5v3, and Royce will be forced to reinforce the wall into the supply room so that they can have extra support, and here comes the chaos. Flashbangs, but turns out the attackers flash by themselves, so they need to wait for them to regain their senses, and that sense is going to give them a lot of problems. Night Clover, oh boy! Oh, he will survive by getting out the kill, and so does Invalid to take out Nexus. A lot of problems, a lot of tensions, and somehow Retrograde are still in the game. Srisha is still alive too. 1v3, Invalid goes down, and now it's Royce back again to clutch this out. He won't be able to succeed, and Retrograde will win round number 4 with an extreme chaos. And that chaos couldn't contained at the hands of DWM. 3-1. And a fun fact though, on round number 4, Srisha changes operators 4 times. Round number 1 it was Nook. Round number 2 it was the Kebi. Round number 3 was a different operator, which was the Amaru. And round number 4 it was the Ash. If we see Srisha change another operator on round number 5 or round number 6, I might be able to make a pun right here and there, Jack.
I mean, we'll have to see about that, but for the time being, let's talk about the round, mind you, that we just had. And that round being, of course, between Retrograde, just that attack. I'd like to specify the attack, but before that, the defense from DAMWON, I don't know what they were exactly thinking, right? Because Electric with the run out, of course, gets punished early, but then you had Stark, who was playing the smoke, push out that aggressively towards blue bunker door, and then get punished for it, because, it's a very long toss that, the smoke went for by the barrels. And because he did that and didn't know that Stark was right by the corner of the door, waiting for somebody to make a play similar to that, got punished as a result. So all things considered, a couple of weird decisions made early. Losing those 2 bodies put them in such a big disadvantage. And then the aggression from Retrograde just paying off, every single way to Sunday. Now they're going to go back onto second floor, kids' dorms and dorms main hall site. And unfortunately, Baba, for you, Srisha seems to be playing the Ash again. So that pun of yours seems to have been denied, unfortunately. But no early peaks just yet. No one's gone for a run out, but there is somebody in classroom. Extra might know this as, the grenade took out the drone. A little bit of intel could have been found there, but it doesn't matter anymore as, just going to Claymore up and get the drones running, get more intel towards the site.
Yep, drone walls is exactly what the attackers need to win half of the battlefield, but also they need to execute it right, because if there's some tiny little mistakes being made from that information, then things would not look too well. Defenders also have their fair share of information, and that will give Night Clover the kill that they need. Sasaki's gone, no more of Sledge, no more of those frag grenades to disable any particular defenders, so they will hold their ground. But what will be Retrogade's response? White's chess is still uncontested, which means Srisha could go in that particular place, but it's been watched out back at the hands of Invalid. Jimmy, beautiful shot to the head to take out Royce, which means the attic will be a bit much of a problem for them to deal with. So Invalid will take his place. 4v4, Srisha once again thinking of opening up lines of sight and also taking out that deployable shield. But that will force the Goya's Vulcan shield to be popped out as well. A total of 20 seconds being denied, and Invalid, amidst all of that protection being used, he will somehow find the kill. Nexus goes out, so does Srisha at the hands of Stark. 4v2, only 2 players left. DWM is looking very strong, even more so because they just got the win on round number 5 just like that. Stark and Invalid comes back, holding their best ground, will give DAMWON Mia the win that they need. on second floor, kids, doms, and doms mail hall as we proceed to round number 6. And also, the pun still continues, Jack, because Srisha did pick Ash for the second time. So if he picked Ash for the third time, then I'll be able to use my pun. There you go.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's wait until the action phase before you use whatever pun it is that you intend to use,
Attackers
Baba.
need to locate and defuse
Sometimes you gotta hold it in. Play your cards close to your chest, as Shrisha has been doing in this match. 6 picking away, not even that, re-picking away time and time again into different operators, trying to find which one stuck. Amadu was nice, and everybody else is just going through operators left and right. I do like the role change every now and again. The rest of the team, of course, staying mostly in their same roles. However, this time we have Exter going into the Twitch from the looks of things, out of the Zofia. Now that's interesting. A lot of teams will actually prefer to keep a Zofia and LMG, of course. And in the meanwhile, Jimmy's actually also going to switch out, or was going to switch out from the Hibana into another operator, but that will not be the case. It will be Hibana as well. And there you go, Baba. The floor is yours, because Shrisha Spectash.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm not quite sure you'll get a laugh about this because it's a bit a pun related
just
to the
say
game
it.
itself. All right, you know what? We've seen Srisha pick 3 operators on a different rounds, but we saw him pick 3 Ash. So what is 3 plus 3?
6,
So what comes before 6?
5.
No, it's gone 6. Get it? Because the information, the thing. Anywho, round number 6 will commence.
What?
With 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. The attackers are doing
What?
their best as they can, the best as they can on the basement side. Yeah, that was the joke, Jack. Yeah, that was the joke. I made a joke about gone 6. Now looks like the joke has already been gone, so let's just,
What?
go ahead with it.
I
You know
am
what, I-
confused.
I think I should have made the joke in the first place, but
Okay. Anyhow. Oh, okay, that's gonna be the first blood right there. We'll get back to your joke in just a sec, Baba. Nightclover is gonna find Sasaki. The Iana will be down off the board, and that's a big drop as well. Those grenades, and of course, Iana with the Gone 6. But no, Nightclover again getting too aggressive as the smoke. You gotta hold Blue Bunker with a little bit more utility that you have in your pocket. Trisha, in the meanwhile, on tower stairs, trying to do a little bit of pressurizing as Extra finds while Jimmy goes down to Royce in the meanwhile, as bodies are being traded left, right, and center. DAMWON wants to make this a 3-3, and they are going to be able to do exactly that. Invalid Stock and Royce firing on all cylinders. Find the final 3. And with that, folks, it will be a 3-3 half as we go into round 7. The switch into role swap. DAMWON in the attack, Retrograde on defense, and now the pressure will really be on DAMWON because they are attack on Oregon. And with all that being said, yeah, what was that pun again?
At this point, put me as a pebble in the weapon and just call me a Gone 6 because that joke
What?
didn't work out
Why
right.
would you
Attackers need
put
to
a
locate and defuse
pebble
bombs.
in a project? I mean, it is a projectile launcher, so I kind of get it, but like,
You know what? I was just trying to make a joke about it because it's 3 plus 3 6. The number 6 rhymes with Gone 6.
I mean,
the utility which
yeah,
we used to
clues in
well,
the name, yeah.
Yeah, the clues in the name itself. But
Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes it's best if we just forget about the bad jokes. So how about we just forget about that and just proceed
Isn't
to
that
round
exactly
7?
what we're known for, though? Like our
Yeah,
show's
but
known for decent play-by-play commentary and bad jokes all around, folks. That's the BNB show around these parts.
Yep. And I gotta say, that pun was a bit.
Locate a bomb and defuse it. Attackers drop the diffuser.
I mean,
that
not
was
every
the
not
point.
not every joke's gonna be winners. You look at
Yeah.
you look at Marvel. They have probably one of the most annoying ways of doing it. Throw everything at the wall, see what sticks.
Oh, jeez. Even more so, you could just put a hammer in the closet, and the closet would feel worthy enough.
I think you did see that in one of the Thor movies, right? A coat hanger was able to, keep the hammer up.
But you put it in the elevator, if the elevator is worthy or not.
Yeah, but didn't someone say the elevator's not worthy though? Because it's like a machine, right? It's not a living being.
Yeah, but it does
Device
move the
ready.
hammer from place to place.
Yeah, but like, how does the hammer judge?
I
That's
don't know, maybe.
that is very deep Norse mythology territory. I think we should stop going on this
Yeah,
tangent
you're right, yeah.
that we are on and focus back on the round, folks. As overall, looking at the operator picks from both sides, Electric with the Ying and Valor with the Flores. So DAMWON definitely coming in with a utility, sort of dump kind of team selection right there. And Stark on the hunt for any roamers in meeting. They did know that there was somebody, playing the meeting kitchen area. The rotate is there, but in the middle you have the Hibana going off on the meeting hatch to try and get whoever's playing by the meter window out of that position. That was, I think that might have been Shrisha at some point, but it doesn't matter now. The meter window will be blasted open thanks to the verticality being established by DAMWON. They're actually making good on time on this push right about now, as you have a little bit of bullets, a little bit of impact grenades coming in to deny, of course, the Hibana trying to breach and get a line of sight towards whoever's playing in the hallway. That Wamai has got to be so careful. Nexus is denying X-Kairos pellets left and right. As with a minute remaining,
Out of commission.
we have yet to see how DAMWON is going to proceed. The Ying is still alive. Invalid is still there. Rotero, a couple of Roteros remaining. Actually, last Rotero right now. But yet, the first body will actually be the defenders, because that's your Ying gone.
Yep. Ying has been gone, which means it will be even much more difficult for Electric to even push in towards the side with the flashes, and the strategies is definitely not working too well. Nexus come back, so does Exeter. Stark will be eliminated, which means there's only 2 players left, and they're pushing aggressively in towards the blue bunker side, hoping that they would get an opening or not. There's a lot of damage being dealt around. It's Invalid left in a 1v3. He will succeed taking out Nexus, but still he needs to find Sasaki, Exter, and Shrisha. A lot of ground control is at the hands of Shrisha, and somehow Invalid is getting away with this 1v2. All he needs to do is just find the rest of the 2 players, but he also needs to pick up the diffuser. Pistol being whipped out from Shrisha, but also there is Sasaki into the electrical side. That they will succeed in denying the clutch being happen. And DWM, and I gotta say, if Electric was alive at that particular moment, that execute would have been a different scenario. But the main problem was the amount of control that they have towards Boiler from the main stairs, even more so in towards the Electric room, clearly shows that blue bunker entrance and the blue stairs is an impossible task for DWM to proceed with that execute. Maybe it would have been best for them to push in towards Freezer, or maybe head in towards Basement Laundry, because that's exactly where less gunfights tends to happen.
Attackers
But
need to locate
all in
and
all,
defuse bombs.
with the loss of Electric, not being able to provide a lot of support with those flashes is really going to hurt DWM a lot. And not only just that, Retrograde, they didn't even let them gain a single foot at all unless Invalid came to the turf. 1v4 almost clutched out a 1v2 situation, but unfortunately time and information is exactly what DWM lacks, and they'll be able to lose that round nonetheless. Retrograde will win round number 7 with ease, not having any problems with them at all. And in round number 8, second floor kiss Doms and Doms main hall, maybe the site with DWM
5 seconds
changing
remaining.
some strategies, because this is a map picked by DWM, so I'm kind of guessing that they will exert a lot of pressure in towards Trophy, open up the wall on on second floor kids, and not think about gaining control on attic or on white stairs. At least one attacker should be more than enough to do all of that stuff, so maybe we could see Stark with a cooked nade, but even more so, it all depends on how DWM wants to proceed with the execute. And I believe they're going to do exactly that. They have this more... They have the shock drones, which could be used to remove some important utilities, and that would be the mute jammers. So they shouldn't have a lot of problems. But with the help of Thunderbird on the defensive side, there is high likely a chance that they would go aggressive, unless that aggressiveness might cost them their life.
Mind you, 4-3, Retrograde still has a fair way to go before they make it match point, right? And they would definitely want to win this map, but DAMWON will try and stop them in as many ways as they possibly can. Breach being taken care of. Sounds like that might be towards the main bedroom wall side. Yes, it is. So that's already been taken care of. And as quickly as it were, similar to, how it is with CCTV and, CCTV in Clubhouse, where that one breach is taken care of very early, but you have so many other things that you have to watch out for that ends up becoming a bygone conclusion. In the meanwhile, long angles are being held left and right. Extra with the... Oh, no. That was just not the kind of push you wanted to do there. Did deal damage to Electric, but unfortunately, that simply was not enough. Gas grenades are out, but Jimmy is currently being pressured by those Retero drones. Sasaki's going to make his way all the way back up White Stairs, watching the door, watching the cross now, hoping for Jimmy to watch the breach and try and get one or two. But in the meanwhile, Invalid's going to get one, and that's Shrisha off the board. Huge drop right there. That's 2 players down, and both of them are the big players here. That is to say, Exter and Shrisha. You still have Jimmy alive. Sasaki's still here as well, and Nexus could do a fair bit of damage, mind you, with the Thunderbird, also providing a ton of support with those heals, active healing, as it were. That's what the Thunderbird does. As the meanwhile, rushing in for the plant right there. That is Royce taking damage, so much damage, will get away, but no, gets team killed, and the diffuser been dropped in the site. That is probably the worst time to have a blunder like this. Electric will be kicking himself because of that, but now 35 seconds on the clock. Jump in from the breach. Sasaki will get the down. Needs to get the second kill. No, nobody's gonna pressure. All right, Jimmy's just gonna shut everyone down. Nightcrawler first gonna find Sasaki in the meanwhile. That is a kill that they needed so desperately, and the diffuser has been recovered. It is now in the favor of Twitch, but the question is, where are these final 2 defenders? Nexus is just sitting. Nightclover gets taken out. Invalid is the last one standing. Jimmy Shotgun has been doing so much damage, but Invalid's already in the site, and the Thunderbird doesn't know this. Nexus needs to find this final player. Shots fired, trying to see if it's a bait, and it is. Invalid's trying to find where this defender could be, but no dice, because all the Thunderbird has to do is hide, and they will do exactly that. And another round that is, will go the way of Retrograde. DAMWON, what happened? They had the plant, and I get it. Royce had to get away because the plant wasn't nearly done, and he was losing HP thanks to the smoke. I get it. But in your effort to cover for the smoke, you end up killing your planter and losing diffuser inside the site. Yeah, not the best look for them. And then they just kind of all tried to go in. And for Jimmy, it ended up becoming, a fish in a barrel situation. Just like we saw in Clubhouse, right? Everybody was just dropping down the hatch one by one by one. And all the Alibi had to do was shoot them down, fish in a barrel. This time again, all Jimmy had to do was wait for somebody to pressure him towards attic, and they tried it. Well, 1 player went in, 2 players went in. Sasaki got somebody else on the breach. It was fish in a barrel again because of that accidental team kill, and that blunder unfortunately cost them the round. Otherwise, that round really looked like it was DAMWON's.
Yeah, what's even more confusing is how did Electric pull off a team kill like that? I mean, he was the planter was currently at the safe spot, right? He was planting on default, and Electric was mainly focused on the attic side. So how did he manage to get that? I mean, I can understand LMG, it doesn't have any problem when it comes to controlling recoil. All you have to do is just constantly focus on one particular door, but getting a team kill like that, maybe it was just maybe a mistake, maybe an accidental hip fire somehow got picked off for some reason. I have no idea, but that accidental team kill cost DWM the entire round. This was supposed to be a 4-4 equalizer, and that just got denied because Retrograde just stole off the round like that. All they had to do was just stay safe, and safe they did so. 2 minutes for DAMWON Mia to realize what mistakes that they've been doing, and hopefully we might see them fling back, because making mistakes like that is once again not a good idea, because Retrograde, every single mistake that the attackers do, they always get 1 step ahead. I'm just hoping that they don't make another mistake again. DWM, man, I have nothing else to say, but I have to talk about Invalid Zen though. He's been having a good day on map Oregon itself. 11 kills from his end. He's been always on a 1vx situation, and most of the 1vx situation didn't quite work out well in his end. Although Nexus should be really careful though, because there is the Twitch playing very close on the door side of the meeting room, and Invalid is being a bit tilt around with help of the impact nades and maybe from the weapon. But here comes the first frag. It's
Oh.
Nightclover, who just made his push
Oh.
in towards the kitchen side. Almost gets the pick off Nexus, but he'll get shut down nonetheless. But if that kill happened, if Nightclover succeeded in taking out Jimmy, that would have been the entire control in towards the kitchen side. But no worries. 4v3, Invalid succeeds in taking out Nexus and Jimmy both at the same time. And now Retrograde is in deep, deep trouble.
Again, Retrograde doing pretty much the same thing that DAMWON has been suspect of doing this entire time, peeking unnecessarily in situations where they absolutely do not need to. Some of those peaks that they have made have completely not helped them, and now look at this. It is a 1v3. Sasaki could still win this if he plays his cards right, trying to find one anywhere that they can. Red pings are going off inside of the site, of course, because there is a deployable cam in there, but that cam has been blinded, which means Sasaki can no longer get that. Trying to walk in towards the rotate, but the reload will give away their position. Should see one through the Maverick holes. Not quite. Should see the Maverick. Does get that. That's one, but there you go. Maverick's line of sight working out. Electric gets the kill. One more round to DAMWON as they will fire back on first floor meeting. A side that is generally pretty difficult, all things considered, and you do need to play slightly more aggressively than the rest of the map to try and, win out this round. But at the same time, the way that Retrograde was, the way that Retrograde had their positions and the way DAMWON was sort of trying to get in, Retrograde could have played that defensively and won. They got the twitch, they got the refrag on Nightclover. I'm not sure why Nexus was trying to push out hallway, and then Jimmy was also peeking said hallway where one player just went down. You don't do that, because if you do, you start losing bodies left and right, and that's what happened to Retrograde. They gave away 1v1s, and DAMWON took the round. 5-4, Retrograde still one round away from match point.
Yep. One round is exactly what Retrograde needs to survive, or should I say succeed, towards the next lower brackets matchup. And DAMWON Mia currently facing the deficit because they just lost map number 1. And if they lose map number 2, they will be eliminated. So they're giving it all they've got. And back again, we see Electric going back with the attacker's repick, shifting from the Zofia to the Ying. And Royce will bring in the Hibana nonetheless. Every single utility has been placed in towards the blue bunker side, and Jimmy is having his own good day, especially with the M5 shotgun. 3 kills when he was defending on second floor kids. And now, DWM, here's my main question to you. Did you do the same thing just like you did on the previous round, which was on round number 7? A simple push in towards blue bunker, or will it be a different case for them? I believe their main concern has to be on Big Tower, the entirety of Big Tower, because there is at least one defender holding that particular place. So the main thing that DAMWON Mia need is just patience. They just need to find an opening on Retrograde's end, because they're just playing the entire side passively. Neither do we see any roam presence, nor we get to see any early flanks or late flanks being made. They just want to challenge 1v1 gunfights. And in those 1v1 gunfights, Retrograde has succeeded in winning all of them. There are some certain situations where Invalid almost got the better of Retrograde, but due to the huge man count, it's difficult to clutch out a very, difficult situation like that. Once again, the explosive drone trying to use his best share of good use to take out that deployable shield from the blue bunkers, and hopefully it might have did succeed. Smoke gas canisters being used to deny any pushes being made from blue bunker, and here comes the first frag. It's Nexus with the Vector. Nightclover goes down, and just like that, DAMWON Mia is not looking good.
Big spot about it right there. Nightclover going down. One of those players who likes to get those early kills is going to be off the board. Trisha's position will be completely undeterred because of the fact that there is Nexus actively shooting out the Excaris pellets whenever possible. Not quite going to get the next 4, though. Trisha's got to be careful. There's somebody coming down the tower stairs. Will be seen. Sasaki trying to get the shot. Can't do it. Royce will get the kill instead. That's a good drop right there. That Jaeger on the boiler room, boiler room wall, that is, pillar, was definitely something that they needed to take care of. Here comes the Ying, here come the Candela. C4 is out. Will that find anyone? No, it doesn't. Got caught, unfortunately, but the Mira is playing close. Gets caught by the prone peak. In the meanwhile, Extra above finds Royce. Extra finds one more. Electric down. Shotgun's out. Will get shot down instead. It's a 1v2 now. Jimmy, last one standing inside of blue bunker. Trying to find one, maybe. Oh, he's gonna get that. That's diffuser drop as well. Has a yellow ping on the final attacker's position. It's given away. It's Jimmy with the peak and 1v2. The clutch will come in, and that is gonna be one more round, the round that they needed, Retrograde needed to put themselves on match point, folks. 6-4. They are looking strong. They're 1-0 up on the map count already, and they are one round away from ending this BO3 and cutting DAMWON Mia's run very short indeed.
Man, this clutch was necessary for Retrograde to succeed. 1v2 from Jimmy. This man is insane with the shotgun shots. And how can I not forget about extra shotgun shots too? Man, it's been so devastating. All the attackers are forced to contest in a close-range gunfight. And when it comes to close-range gunfights, we all know who would be the victors for it. The shotguns, of course. All it needs is just one shot to claim the life. Get the clean kill, that is. And in 4-6, Retrograde, all they have to do is just win second floor kids dorm site. Talk about round number 8 itself, they had no problem dealing with that side at all. Now, talking about Electric side, we saw him pick 2 times, bring in the Ying. And neither of those 2 rounds were successful. Round number 7, round number 10. I mean, I could even say the same thing when they went up against Kira Esports back in the upper brackets matchup. I still remember Shinra was left in a 1v2. Electric did so much job. They gave him control. They gave control on the side. They let Invalid go in for the plant, but all Shinra did was just use the pistol and just take out the planter because the attackers, aka DAMWON Mia, didn't had enough time. And even though they are so confident on picking map Oregon, yet they still make those tiny little mistakes, clearly shows that they have a lot of work to do. Cooked nade once again in towards the classroom side to take out the bandit charges, but Nexus still has 2 more, so even if they do make an attempt of blowing up the wall, it will be even much more difficult for them to do so. Even more difficult because Invalid is taking a lot of damage, so he needs to be careful and he needs to be prepped for any challenges that Retrograde gives it to them.
That is definitely very true right there. Got to be very prepared for what Retrograde has to bring out here because, of course, it has worked so much for them. And DAMWON just has been caught left and right. Rechero, not enough to find the bandit batteries, as Nexus is back on his bandit shenanigans. Grenade from below will take out, with the 2 that were already on there, but wouldn't you know it, he's still there. Somebody needed to be in classroom to try and force the bandit out, but no one was. They grenaded it and thought that would be enough, but no. You're playing against Nexus, folks. Bandit tricks will happen. And I feel like I've said this before, and oh dear me, that is a very weird sound right there. But oh no, Nexus is back. This man is fearless, and he's gonna get that. Shrisha finds Electric as well. The Candelas are coming in, but it doesn't matter. Invalid finds Shrisha. That is, of course, the refrag right there. But the gas canisters are out. The breach has not been taken care of. Nexus has completely shut them down on bedroom. And with no other substantial push to speak of, there's only 55 seconds left for Retrograde to try and bring this round back in some way, shape, or form. Go on the rappel, go to White Stairs, something, anything that works, because they desperately need it right now.
They desperately need it, Jack, that is for sure, because they're losing a lot of time. DWM, they haven't made good progress on opening up second floor kids' dorms, and this is exactly what Retrograde thrives at. Extra really needs to be careful on that window side, because a lot of pressure has been dealt around from that particular place. They've opened up the window side. Stark with the Ying once again. All it needs is just simple good use, and look at what Exer is doing. He's opening up lines of sight so that Jaeger could put good use of it. Flashbangs being used, a lot of denial utilities, and somehow he gets to take out Stark with a flashbang, of course. Nightclover comes back, so does Jimmy with the SMG-11. It all comes down to this. They have to win, or else Retrograde will win it off and will put Team DWM on the deficit. Their journey comes to an end on the lower brackets. Boy, what a play being made from Retrogade's end, and I have to say, the sheer amount of courage that Nexus had to trick those two important walls really did give the win for Team Retrograde. 7-4, Jimmy, the man with a total of 15 kills. The same thing can be said to Team DWM as well. But man, oh man, I have to give a lot of props for Retrogade's end, especially. I believe that was Exter, or was it? Yeah, it was Nexus who was playing
Yeah.
as the bandit.
Hmm.
First and foremost, he was vaulting in from the table side, knowing that there will be a cooked nade, one of which was already being used. So Bandit would have thought, you know what, maybe I'll just go in for the trick. But he did not, because he knows that every operator has 2 frag grenades. So he was waiting for the second one. Although the explosive drone utility did succeed in taking out one bandit charges, which was placed at the corner sides of it, he did succeeded in not only tricking one, but wasting a lot of utilities coming in from the attacker's end. What's even more promising was Shrisha had Nexus's back. Shrisha
Hmm.
immediately realized that Sasaki is playing right in towards the classroom side, immediately removes him out of the equation so that Nexus can do his job. And next thing you know, they just won map number 2, just like that. Like, we get to take a look at the highlights itself. This is what Retrograde thrives at. They are an expert when it comes to tricking walls. Even if it's the Kaid or the bandit, they do their job right. Even I can give an example on Theme Park 2, the way how they make their defense on first floor armory and throne room. They excel on defense pretty much so, but I couldn't see the same thing on the attack phase itself. So I gotta say, Jack, despite Retrogade's just good defensive maneuvers on defense, I mean, you also would think that Retrograde needs to fix up on their attack coordination too, right?
I will say yes, that is definitely the case. There are moments where Retrograde feels like they are uncoordinated. They, probably start panicking a little bit, and that is if you push them out of their game plan, right? And that's true for a lot of teams. Obviously, they rely on a solid game plan that they've practiced and worked up with their teammates. They gel together just perfectly, and all that good stuff. But the thing is, pushing Retrograde out of that game plan in and of itself is difficult, but not impossible. DAMWON did it a couple of times, especially here on Oregon. However, it was not enough. And even when they did do it, they just simply did not have enough room to, uh, go off of it into a round win. The first half was still all right. A 3-3 defensive first half, not the worst, but you're going into attack. And that's where things get really dicey because Attack on Oregon requires you to be perfectly coordinated to manage every single resource you have in the early, mid, and late rounds. And your execute needs to have as many bodies alive as possible. But for the side of DAMWON, that simply wasn't the case. Retrograde had a couple of rounds where they did fail in that aspect. But DAMWON simply had too many rounds where they failed in that aspect. Look at the last round for that matter, round 11, right? You know full well that there is a bandit tricking away at bedroom wall, right? So
Mhm.
you take out the batteries with the Rotero, fair enough. Why is no one on first floor to deny bandit in the first place? Why is nobody playing classroom? Why is nobody clearing out lurkers from below or watching so that the player in classroom can get a grenade off or get a breach done and keep the bandit away? Nexus was an easy target if DAMWON had simply played that round correctly. They did not. And that sort of is like a summary or sort of like a sum up of every single round that we've seen today from DAMWON. If they did X thing differently or if they did X thing better, they would have actually won. And that is a case that I think even they will agree on. As we move to the scoreboard, as you can see, Invalid had a very, very good map too. Not so much for entry fragging, but in general, presence on the map was there. 15-7 going 82% on the KOST. Night Clover and Electric also pulling their weight where they were able to. Stark as well. Royce, a very quiet second map. But of course, the winners, that is to say, Retrograde, all of them had a pretty good map. Even Shrisha, who by Shrisha standards had a pretty quiet second map, 5-9, 55%. But of course, that's because Jimmy, Exter, Sasaki, they were the ones pulling their weight and pulling the entire team with them in terms of the frags. 14, 6, 9, 10, and 7, 8, and a 91% KOST to Jimmy because of the plays with the smoke and the mute. Just well done all around to Retrograde. Well played to them, and a valiant attempt at keeping the dream alive by DAMWON Mia, but they will unfortunately have to drop out after a 7-2 loss on Clubhouse and a 7-4 loss on Oregon. No need to go to the decider. The BO3 is done and dusted. And folks, Retrograde will move into lower bracket round 2. We'll go into the brackets right now to explain. Lower bracket round 2 has seen its first team, and that is Retrograde. DAMWON Mia will take eighth place in the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. They get 1 point, tying them with tying them with Shiv W Esports and Mahadi Esports as having 1 point in the table. Unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. A team has to lose, a team has to win at the end of the day, and Retrograde simply played better today. Who they face against one of the upper bracket losers, we'll find out tomorrow. But before that, we've got one more match today, folks. In just a little while, we'll have the second match of the day. ClickBait will be back on your screens, and oh boy, do they have an axe to grind for the amount of time they've missed in competitive Siege in South Asia. But until then, we'll be taking a short break before we come back with match number 2. Stay tuned.
feel something. you chase.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Baguista, with my co-caster, the real CCV, as we are here for the second lower bracket matchup. That's right, we have our first eliminator. That was unfortunately DAMWON Mia. Retrograde succeeds 2 maps, and now we are here to see who will be the second team who will unfortunately have to end their journey. Will it be Team Clickbait or will it be Won't Stop Peeking? We're about to find that out right now. CCV, welcome to the game, and how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. The first matchup ended pretty quickly as well. Damwon, they gave a good fight towards that very end to the likes of Retrograde on that map of Oregon. Just couldn't succeed in pushing it into overtime. And unfortunately for them, they'll be going home with just a single South Asian national point to their name. But then again, this was the first time that they played in the playoffs of the Pro Series. They didn't participate in the spring edition. They couldn't qualify back then. So even a single South Asian national point is a major improvement, and getting into the top 8 in the region as well is a major improvement. So still, they'll be going home with their heads held up high, making sure that it's not going downhill. They're getting better and better, and who knows, the next time we see them, maybe they'll improve even further. And now, speaking of teams who would like to improve their journeys as well, Clickbait won't stop peaking. Things really didn't go their way in the upper bracket, quarterfinals. They both lost to their respective opponents. Clickbait yesterday, we saw they lost to Phalanx, won't stop peaking. As we have a look at the brackets, they had lost to MRCZ, 0 and 2 for both the rosters. Now, there is still that chance of second redemption. There is still that chance of securing, at the very least, more than a single South Asian national point. Whoever loses here, they'll be going home. Same fate as DWM. But whoever wins, they will be securing, at the very least, 2 South Asian national points. And for these teams who are not completely just yet fighting for the top 3 or the top 4, anything along the lines of that, as many South Asian national points as you can get, it's beneficial for everyone.
Yep, it will be beneficial for everyone when they get their points for the SN National qualifiers, because that's exactly what they're trying to get it. Talk about the map veto here,
Mhm.
folks. We see Team Won't Stop Peaking making a decision to head in on map Clubhouse. Team Clickbait will make a decision to go on map Bank, interestingly enough, and the decider will be the ye old Oregon. I mean, what better match could it be than to just end it off on map Oregon itself, folks?
Yeah.
I mean, why not? I mean, talk about map Clubhouse itself. We saw the same map being brought out when me and Jack were casting with the matchup DAMWON Mia versus Retrograde. We had Clubhouse, we had Oregon, and the decider was, I'm guessing the decider was, I believe, Cafe Dostoevsky. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Cafe Dostoevsky, but now Bank will be confirmed, and it will be the first map, the first map itself. Team Won't Stop Picking will be the
Yeah.
ones on attack, and Team Clickbait will be the one on defense. So let's see how well it'll work out. And talk about these two teams, SCCB. They haven't racked up any points just yet. So even if they do get eliminated out, at least they will secure 1 point.
That is true.
For yeah, I mean just 1 point, followed up with Team Shift W, Team DAMWON Mia, even more so we could say Team Hardy Esports as well. So there will be a lot of competition in the points system point itself. But not only just that, they'll even get a huge prize pool as well. So everything is on the line for these teams, but only one will proceed into the next phase. We're just gonna wait it out and see who it'll be.
Exactly. Best of 3 decides the. Now, yesterday, Team Clickbait, they had an influx of issues on their end. They had tech issues, players were leaving, coming back, electricity, power issues. It wasn't the most spotless side they could present in front of everyone because of so much that was going on behind the scenes. We saw 3 versus 5s, then they came back, but overall, it just wasn't the best of Clickbait you could see, or the Clickbait we saw in the qualifiers. Back then, they were really looking strong. Yesterday against Phalanx, losing with the score that they had 0-7. You could say that they need some improvement, and they are trying for improvement with a shake up. They are not going to be playing the maps that we saw yesterday. Bank will be chosen as our primary map, as our initial map, chosen by Clickbait nonetheless. And this makes me optimistic for their side, yet at the same time it makes me a little bit scared. Because optimistic, because again, yeah, we haven't seen Bank a lot, I don't think we've seen bang from clickbait at all. Won't stop peaking definitely will be caught a little bit off guard. So it can provide that nice change in perspective, and it can provide that opportunity for clickbait and their members to secure a win. But it makes me fear for their side as well, as won't stop peaking. Who knows? Maybe they excel at bang. Maybe they excel at clearing out all of those rumors, then executing those OSA plays that we've been seeing towards basement CCTV and security room, whatever it is. You never really know what hand your opposition has until all of you play the cards on the table. And for now, the table is set. The stage is set. The stakes as high as all the gold and the money inside those bank vaults. Everyone is playing for exactly the same thing, those South Asian national points that we're talking about, and also to fight off being on the brink of elimination. That's, I think, one of the key highlights and one of the key aspects of the lower brackets is that every single match that you play, you are fighting for survival. You're fighting to stay in the playoffs. We saw that in the spring edition. We saw a brilliant run from Hunters LFO, who were knocked out into the lower brackets right from the start against their counterparts MRCZ, and then they fought and they fought and they fought until the very end, until the grand finale, where they ended up defeating Mercenaries 3-0. So we have seen teams fight out from the lower brackets, but is it an easy journey? Absolutely not. Doesn't matter if you're the best team in the region, kind of like Hunters being right now, being the defending champions, or if you're an up and coming team and with older players and just people who are looking to have a good time. The lower brackets are very lethal. The lower brackets are very deadly. You have to make sure that the core of your roster sticks together and that you persevere through. And for many teams, that's a problem that they face and that they encounter multiple times.
And that's not the only story that we should also be focused about. Not only just Hunters LFO, we still have other teams too. We have Team Mercenaries, Team
Mhm.
Phalanx, who just got the spot on the upper brackets. Now they're going up against Team MRCZ on the upper brackets matchup. Talk about that story itself in the SN National Qualifiers points. They secure at least 2 points, I believe, currently having a spot on 7th place. I hope I said that right. And knowing that Team Phalanx is almost at the upper bracket feels like they've not only just secured 1 point, they might have a chance to secure more than one. So currently they are
Yeah.
at a decent spot, defeating Team ClickBait, forcing ClickBait on a lower brackets matchup up against Team WontStopPeeking. But there is still a lot of work to be done. Team MRCZ is a force to be reckoned with, and Team Phalanx, they have to give it all they've got. But for now, folks, talking about the match between Team Won't Stop Peeking and Team Clickbait, they are yet to have made a single point in the international qualifiers point. So let us begin on map number 1. Team Won't Stop Peeking versus Team Clickbait. On map bank, Won't Stop Peeking on attack, Team Clickbait on defense. And let's start it off with the ban phase. Following up with the attacker's ban, it will be the Thatcher nonetheless, and on the side of defense, it will be the Valkyrie. The only difference would be the second attacker bans and the defender bans, unless and until a caster's curse is in effect.
Um, I think about these players, you may not see a major caster scores coming out. I mean, I have to agree with you. It'll be the standard bans as well. Thatcher, yep, gone off the board. Mike
Mhm.
Baker, just bye bye. Secondary attacker ban, that really depends. If a team really wants to counter the strategies or like the set pieces that are involved on the map of bank, I always think of Osa ban as very risky, but also quite effective. Since it's effective because, yeah, there is no Osa, but it's risky since what will you do on your own attack? Do WontStopPeeking go that way? No, they ban another optimal choice on this very map, Jackal. And again, we've been seeing an influx and an increase in that Jackal ban in this day and age. I'm not completely sure if that's like worldwide, like globally in Rainbow, but here in South Asia, more and more times we see Villa, even on Clubhouse to an extent, on Bank, Jackal is getting banned more frequently. And yeah, that's been the case. Cade also taken off the board. So I have to agree with you, Baba, that so far all of these bans have been extremely to the point, direct, no targeted bans, just playing around the meta and making sure you don't give a certain advantage to your opponents. Like if the opponents, if they have Jackal, they'll have that advantage in hunting down the roamers. Same with Cade in anti-breaching, and probably same with Valkyrie in terms of information. Yep, gone off the board.
Yep, just like I expected it to be, Thatcher and Valkyrie, both of the important operators will be banned on bank. But here's the main concern. How will they gain control on stock, knowing that there will always be a Vamai with the magnet desk playing right nearby the side of the hallway side of stock, with the deployable shield being placed? It'll be a very tough spot for the attackers to gain control. So the quicker the attackers gain control of that particular spot, the better the chances of getting it out. We talk about the sides and also introduction on the side of Team Won't Stop Peeking. We have Cobra, Buckinator, Mojo, Kuntal, and Desmond. And on the side of Team ClickBait, we have Arfat, Razan, Gunmaker, Slayer, and last but not the least, the Jaeger.
Attackers
Which,
need
in
to
fact, the
locate
loading
and
screen
defuse
comes to an
bombs.
end. There you go, dead and said. Starting off with round number 1, it will be on basement CCTV room / lockers. Interesting operator specs coming in from the side of Team ClickBait as we see Gunmaker bring in the Rook. Now, the only thing that Rook does is stop bullets because, if you think about it, if you spell Rook in Hindi, it means stop. So technically, what Rook does
My
is stop bullets.
God. Oh
So
my God,
the main problem,
Baba.
the main problem of
No.
Rook
10 seconds to
is
insertion.
that the best thing about Rook is that even if the attackers
5
do
seconds
try to
to
get the
insertion.
execution, there is high likely a chance that the defenders can be downed.
Attackers
So there
must
is still a
locate and
chance for
defuse
the
a bomb.
defenders to, still be alive, but there has to be somewhat another second pick. Maybe a doc would have helped out to, revive themselves
Uh-huh.
back up to full HP in just full range like that. But I'm not quite sure if if Rook would be a good idea on round number 1 itself. But who knows? Maybe it should work out wonders for Team ClickBait.
Maybe it can, maybe it can't. I heard a couple of words you said, and I'm still trying to remember because, unfortunately for me, my brain stopped working after you made that Rook joke. But again, for these players, well, there's no time to stop, and there's no time then now to start firing away on all cylinders already. A duel taking place, a trade, as a matter of fact. Mojo, alongside the frag grenades, is gone, and one of your locos, one of your heavy free roamers, as I'd say, Vigil, has been eliminated. So Arfat, he got that opener, but he has been eliminated. So yeah, couple of fights that have taken place. Apart from that, apart from Vigil, what we can see is the entirety of the defense. They're all again huddled up towards security, towards server. There is Gunmaker as the Rook near garage as well. And the attackers, this gives them free reign to get that map control, to start pushing in. And we can already see a glimpses of that. Slayer has gone down the main stairs. He's looking for a couple of the gunfights, actually, yeah. We are seeing Slayer take those duels. And meanwhile, the attackers, he's just trying to keep them at bay from those downstairs. He was playing up, but the thing is, the attackers are closing in on the Azami, and that's something that Team ClickBait should be careful of. There's still so much time remaining, and they are dying by the numbers. Cobra, even though he took a hit in the damage, he gets the opener, he eliminates the Jaeger in server, but now he goes down himself.
Yep, a shotgun in close range in blue stairs. He really needs to be very much careful, even more so at the hands of Gunmaker because he was very aggressive. He was out in the open, and he gets caught out from Buckinator nonetheless. Slayer, on the other hand, last player standing, and interestingly enough, still has the Rook armor being placed from that particular spot, but it's Buckinator into his garage side. Winning round number 1 itself in the attack, it will be the side of Team Won't Stop Peeking. And I believe that they won't stop peeking. Round number 2 will commence with the site being on basement lockers and CCTV room once again. Interestingly enough, Team ClickBait has made a decision to go with yet the same operators once again. Gunmaker still not rimming off the Rook, interestingly enough. And Slayer will bring in the Vigil. So all that Team ClickBait needs to do is to just hold their ground. Maybe, I'm just hoping that Gunmaker would have some at least good amount of protection in towards the garage side. He was way out in the open, especially when Buckner just pushed in towards the garage side. He was way out in the open, and he just got he got picked out just like that. So having a bit of protection like the deployable shield, even more so the Azami's wall, should be more than enough to provide protection. But even more so, the tension, or should I say the problems, would start to rise even more because Won't Stop Peeking, aka Cobra, made a decision to bring in the Amaru. But just like I said he's not going to bring in the Amaru because they need a hard breacher to open up lines of sight. So I'll just swap it out, bring in the Thermite, and see how well that they can proceed on the same side yet again.
I have a joke.
Go ahead.
So, urban legend goes that if Won't Stop Peeking ever decide on their own defense to take a Rook, actually that Rook will have frost mags. You know why? because
Why?
in Hindi, mat also means like don't. So rook, so rook, mat, don't, don't stop, won't stop peeking. So,
Well, I gotta give you that, CCV. I
uh,
have to give props to that. That was a good one.
uh,
Man, imagine Won't Stop Picking doing that. But talk about the first frag itself. It's Mojo. We claim the life of Slayer once again. The current operator Vigil, who was supposed to be vigilant on his roam capabilities, unfortunately gets picked out just like that. And Mojo is on the prowl once again to remove any roam capabilities being present on ClickBait side.
yeah, again, it's always the vigil, be it
Attackers have
Arfat,
located
be
a
it
bomb.
Slayer, he's been that opening casualty so far. In the previous round, at least, Arfat managed to get rid of Mojo before he died, but this time it's going to be no refrags whatsoever. And once more, your roamer is gone, and once again, won't stop peeking. They've got so much free reign when it comes to this map control. Look at that. More than 100 seconds on the clock, and the attackers have already managed to get the hatches open. The breach is done. They can push down blue stairs whenever they want to. They've got the man advantage, the diffusers with all of them. Team Clickbait are under immense pressure, and they need to fire back with their guns. Unfortunately for them, that's the opposite that's going to be taking place. They lose another life. The Vamai is gone, and this simply allows the attackers to now push up into server room and launch an execution because the reinforcements. Wait, the reinforcements aren't done.
Interesting. Not a single reinforcements being done on the wall side on the site itself, but Gunmaker is still here. He's just still trying to make his best share of efforts to hold his ground. But what will happen to the plant? Will it get denied? Smoke gas canister still being in play, but Cobra wants to hang on, and that part is not a good idea for Team One Stopping to be in that position. But look on the bright side, they've removed almost half of the players on the side of Team Clickbait, and the final one in which Kuntal won't have any problem dealing with Gunmaker. All in all, Team Clickbait will lose I wouldn't say map, round number 2, basement CCTV and lockers once again. And I think it should be a best idea for the defensive side to head on in on second floor executive lounge slash CEO. At this point, I kind of
Yeah.
feel like Clickbait is trying to have fun by having anti-meta operators being brought out. Maybe, I mean, we saw Gunmaker bring in the Rook. Interestingly enough, there were still Rook armor plates at the place, like right outside the garage entrance
Attackers need to
door.
locate and defuse
It kind of
the
felt like
diffuser
they
Yeah.
wanted to
if
give
they
a
can.
welcoming present for the attackers.
Yeah, that's the thing from Team Clickbait. I'm not understanding. Are they purposefully doing this, or like, what is, what are they trying to achieve right here? Because not doing the reinforcements as well. I saw towards the end of the round, they still had like 3 reinforcements remaining. I looked up to the top right while the attackers were executing, while Mojo's the sledge was opening up that complete, wall. There were 3 reinforcements remaining. So Team Clickbait, are they
10
like
seconds
doing that on purpose, like not picking up the rook mats and just having that utility
5
placed?
seconds
But
to
I don't
insertion.
think they are, because even their placements right now, this is a decent setup. At least in terms of the setup, they've got good positioning of the Melusi Banshees, of the Jaeger ADSs. I haven't really seen where the mute jammers are placed completely, but I assume they're in better places, and a couple of them are there to prevent the breaches from taking place. But all of that can be in vain if WontStopPeeking decide to do what Cobra wants to right now. Okay, oh, he goes away from it. Thank God. Oh, that would have been something. But now, WontStopPeeking, they're like, let's just repel normally. And they're just waiting on getting like square control and then executing, and you can't fault them for this plan as well.
Yeah, I believe the defensive side are trying to see whether if they can bait out the attackers because it's in their name, Team Clickbait. So I believe the basement side with the walls not being reinforced, I kind of feel like they were trying to force them out on a trap. Unfortunately, the trap hasn't been successful for 2 times. Maybe on round number 3, they might have a different set of approach. Knowing that the attackers, aka Cobra, bring in the Amaru, might have a greatest weapon, the G8 LMG with a huge ACOG scope to deal with, which can deal a lot of damage. And also you have Kuntal with yet another LMG. So all Team Clickbait needs to do is just hold their ground, see if they could make their best share of efforts to ensure that the attacker wouldn't get control on their choke points, and Cobra might be the one to do the initiative. Once again, on the second floor stairs hallway, seeing that if there's any particular players in towards the teller's side or at the site, the wall has been opened quite a bit. They have good amount of information from the attack drones. Not a single utility has been used from the attacker's side, nor it
A
could be the
bomb has
same
been
on the
located.
defensive side as well. But look at that peaks being made from the mutes and almost getting the life of Kuntal. He will still survive nonetheless. Not a single damage being dealt around, but the damage will be done at the hands of Arfat, the Doctor. As he gets to take out Buckinator, followed up with Desmond with the refrag. Gunmakers will get eliminated just like that. In a minute left. Team Clickbait needs to hold their ground
Oh,
out, but slowly they're starting to disappear. Kuntal once again taking out Slayer. And now Razan is not looking too good. MX4 Storm, such a dangerous weapon in close and mid-range, but he is currently the one facing a lot of problems. Now, Arfat, he has his Stim pistol. He could give a lot of health to his team, but it's too late. Desmond already claimed the life once again. Only two
yep.
players left, and back again, Team Clickbait. They are not looking good.
All right, Kuntal with another Urfal all by himself. That's one for the dog. Still has two stim pistols left. But the situation is far, far more deadlier than all these bullets
Attackers
can
are
be
activating
in
the bomb.
unison. So, diffuser now going to be planted, and Cobra, oh, with the holographic nonetheless. Oh, no, sorry. That's the 2x. Beautiful shot. Jeez, look at that. Okay. Excellent headshot. Excellent way to end the round. But I still feel like won't stop peaking. This was a very risky kind of strategy they undertook right here to just execute from the same side. Just execute from stock office, from janitor, and the main breach that happens. There was no attacker going up spiral stairs. And that could have been the best thing, you know. Usually what happens is teams may send that solo lurker on that attack just to disrupt everything and just to cause chaos and confusion
Defenders,
on the side of the
protect your
defense.
bombs from being
Usually it's
defused
a
by
knock
attackers.
if the attackers are prepared for it, or honestly anyone can have that role. But Won't Stop Peeking didn't go for that, and I really feared for their side because I was like, okay, Team Clickbait can easily defend off of this execute. All they have to do is hold the same angles. The attackers will have to plant the diffuser at some point, and then you just toss your C4s, throw your impacts, have that crossfire um from office and from conference room, and even from janitor if possible. But Team Clickbait, they end up losing so many of those gunfights right now.
10
Having a
seconds
look
to
at their
insertion.
roster, Arfat is the only person with multiple kills, 4 kills to his
5
name.
seconds left before
Gunmaker
insertion.
single, Razan single, Slayer dead inside. They're still trying to get
Attackers are moving out to
started.
locate a bomb
It's
and
not
defuse
looking
it.
like the most confident, and it's yet again a similar problem that faced yesterday against Feelings, is that when it comes to fights, when it comes to duels, they're not getting that control. So they've opted to go back to executive. Cobra this time yeets into the building, and he will get one to his name. And before that, before Cobra can, continue on his path of domination, Gunmaker shuts him down for his own
Attackers have
second kill
located a
of the
bomb.
game.
Yep. Tic tac, as I like to call it. If one player goes down, the other player comes back with a refrag. And I believe that's exactly what Clickbait tries to do. They have to contest on these trade games, ensure that teams won't stop peaking, gain control on that particular plays. But the way how they're playing, especially Arfat's
A
positioning
bomb has been
in towards
located.
stock, wasn't a really good idea. And that will give Mojo the kill that he really needs. It would have been a best idea for him to see whether there's a lot of protection, maybe a reinforcement, a deployable shield. None of it were present. He was out in the open, and he gets picked off just like that. You still have Slayer slowly making his way from the mid stairs, seeing if he can get a kill or not in towards the stock side. If the attackers gain control on stock, it will be difficult for Team Clickbait to hold their ground in towards the side. They still have some information, but that information will be denied from the grenade being thrown around. The Maestro's evil eye cams won't be available for the defensive side to gain information. Neither does he will be able to use the lasers to destroy or take out a lot of players. Moji, on the other hand, continues his swift domination, so did Kuntal to take out Gunmaker. And it's all down to Slayer to clutch out a 1v4, a difficult 1v4 clutch that is. Not a
Attackers are
C4 that could
activating
be
the bomb
used to
diffuser.
destroy any player, nor any health remaining. I mean, he only has an MP7 and a Dream to find all 4 players. He doesn't have any information on any attackers regarding, but what exactly just happens on Kuntal's end? He decided to jump in towards the building, but no matter. Buckinator arrives in towards the hallway side, gets the information, and also gives the win back again on the side. Team won't stop peaking. 4 attack rounds back to back in the hands of the attackers, and maybe we could see a 6-0 on the first half itself.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario for clickbait right now, it's that it's going to be the same result as it was yesterday against Failings, which is, getting outed completely out of the Pro Series. But then
Attackers
again,
need to
it will
locate
be
and defuse
surely a
as many
learning
bombs as
lesson for
they
the side
can.
of Team Clickbait is to get back to the drawing board, improve on all the fronts that they've been lacking, make sure that the next time they come here in the Pro Series, they will be better. And yeah, we definitely expect them to be in the Pro Series, but seeing how the competition has been improving in the qualifiers, even in the community cups, it will be a lot more difficult if Team Clickbait do not improve right from the get go. That should be their biggest lesson. But there is still chance for redemption. As I always say, the side swap
10
shakes things
seconds
up
left.
better than
Bomb
anything,
located by
better than
attackers.
any other factor in a
5 seconds
5v5
left
shooter
before
out
insertion.
there. So who knows? Maybe Team Clickbait, as soon as they go on their attack, it
Attackers'
will get
objective is
better,
to defuse the
but there
bomb.
is a high unlikelihood of that happening. Won't stop peaking. They're looking far more comfortable with these gunfights, and that's I know I've said this a lot of the times, but that's plainly one of the major reasons that wherever they take the duels, it goes in their favor. And expect me to highlight the gunfights a lot. After the match, we'll have a look at the scoreboard and all that as well. But even right now, just by seeing the kills and comparing the kills on the two other teams, everyone can notice a difference. Doesn't matter how experienced you are in Rainbow and in any FPS shooter out there. You know that as a team not having enough kills will lead to a disparity. Mojo, good God, another beautiful headshot. And Razan, the MVP of yesterday's match, when we saw him drop 17 kills against Phalanx, right now is suffering in the ditches. But Gunmaker has been improving time and time again. The MX4 Storm is doing good. And Alpha is obviously leading the charge, having the most kills in his team. So it's not like Clickbait aren't retaliating, but they have to keep this front up.
Looks like Team Clickbait has found a turnaround. And I hope this would work out on round number 5 itself. They are desperate to get a win on round number 5, but I'm not quite sure if it's going to work out. Equalizer comes back yet again as Cobra finds its prey. Slayer will be eliminated. And Arfat still has the C4 in hand. He has the good amount of angles, but he cannot confront those, or should I say confirm them into kills. And Cobra, he's looking as strong as ever. Buccaneer comes back, and so does Cobra, and the finisher as well to take out Gunmaker. And it was just like that. Despite Team Clickbait having hopes and dreams of winning round number 5, it eventually started to crumble down. And it will give yet another win for Team WontStopPeeking yet again, 5-0. And I kind of like the movement that Mojo gave. I believe he was just practicing for his salsa classes. A and D, and then suddenly he just gets a peak just like that. Who knows? Maybe after the match comes to an end, maybe I'll ask Mojo for some salsa lessons. Maybe I need to learn some.
I
Defenders,
mean,
protect your bombs
depends
from being
like
defused by
the
attackers.
overall meal that you're preparing. Just salsa by itself, I don't think will be good. But if you can pair it up with some other items, definitely it can be the star of the show.
Hmm. Like, what kind of masala would you prefer to have?
it's, I've always been a big fan of garam masala in my salsa. I think that's the best way to proceed forward. Yes,
Wait, so red chili or green chili?
both. Why not?
Oh, wait. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, man. I was actually talking about
seconds to go.
dancing CCB.
I get it.
wasn't
Yeah, that's
talking
the
about-
joke. Yeah,
Oh,
that was
yeah,
the
I
joke.
know, I
yeah.
know. Okay, yeah. Man. I'm just trying to imagine how does both the red mirchi and the green mirchi, if you just combine it together, what kind of masala would you get? Would it be like an explosive?
I think there is a thing called like mixed something.
Well, anywho, enough about masalas, because on round number 6, the masala continues. Arfat with the first, Mojo with the second, takes out Razan. Immediate frag encounters, 4v4, but the good part about it is that Finka's been gone, which means no more of adrenal surges, nor the grenades would help the attackers to proceed with the execute. And the roamer is still alive nonetheless, not for long. Mojo is still alive. He'll be able to get out one. So does that inside. Interestingly enough, the trade games this time has been equalized and Team Clickbait are trying to hold on. But is it more than enough for Team WontStopPeeking to hold it, or maybe Team Clickbait to just come back? Currently, we see the attackers still holding on in towards the basement server room, but on the site, they have to make a push, and that push won't work out that much well. Gunmaker finds a getaway Desmond will be
Attackers
downed.
have located a bomb.
Now it's just only 2 players left to make their mark. Mojo and Buckinator. They have to clutch out a 2v4. Gunmaker taking a lot of damage. He needs to fall back and find a good getaway, but no! He just got up from the right trap. Buckinator was at garage, waiting for that perfect moment. The only single rotation. But let's not forget the diffuser has been dropped already, which means WontStopPeeking has a choice whether they have to make a clean site or get the win, or maybe should I say just grab the diffuser back and hopefully go in for a post-plant situation. They have a lot of time, but they need to ensure that dead inside, aka the Melusi, needs to be holding on, or else it will not look too good on Team ClickBait's end.
Yeah, Team Clickbait, they've got to make sure they're watching all of the angles. For the time being, they're watching the usual entries, but that's not where Buckinator intends on pushing. And now, though, yeah, his information has been relayed, his whereabouts have been relayed to his teammates. Slayer is already aware of that. It's not going to be an easy duel for this Twitch. As long as the Buckinator chooses to beat that, he is rushing the corridor. Slayer, okay. All right. A lot of HP has been transferred, and Slayer will confirm that final headshot before going down. Team Clickbait do manage a round win, so it is going to be a 1-5 half. It is still salvageable, but it's going to be a very difficult fight from this point forward for the side of Team Clickbait if they want to make a comeback. I mean, WontStopPeeking, they're a single round away from getting match point and 2 away from sheer victory on their opposition's map choice. So for Clickbait, a lot of work needs to be done, but they have to do exactly what they did here. Capitalize off of the mistakes of WontStopPeeking, exploit those mistakes to the best of your advantages. They saw that the diffuser was dropped in no man's land. They saw the diffuser was dropped in square, and they held it. It didn't matter what happened on the bomb side. It didn't matter which defender died, how they died. None of their concern. Their only concern was never let the diffuser get in the hands of the attackers. And if they try searching for it, if they try retrieving it, kill them in the process. And that's exactly what they did.
Yep. But unfortunately for Team ClickBait, it was a bit too late for them to secure that round, though. I wouldn't say securing the round. They did secure the round on round number 6, but look at the first half coming to an end. It's 5-1. WontStopPeeking has won 5 attack rounds back to back. And now Team ClickBait has to do the same thing again 5 times in a row in order for them to succeed on map number 1. Keep that in mind that Team ClickBait are the ones who made the decision to go on map bank, and looking at the situation in the first half itself is not a good sign for Team ClickBait to be surviving, especially on the lower bracket matchup like this. Once again, with the action phase coming in play, we see the players on the side of Team ClickBait hoping to get control on open area. That's the standard procedure of an execute in towards the basement side. Open up the hatches, see if they can find an opening, and then when you find that weakness, you try to exploit it as best as you can. Now, talk about the defensive holds on WontStopPeeking's end. There is a lot of hold, or should I say fortifications being made in towards the server room. You have both players, Mojo and Desmond, holding on towards the server side, and a bit of holes being made in towards the garage's end. So if there is any high contest being made from the basement CCTV room side, keep that in mind that they have 2 angles that the attackers needs to be taken care of. Either they could block Clancy's side from the smoke grenades and proceed with the plant, so that it can give a lot of protection from the attacker's side, or just gain garage control. That's exactly what Team ClickBait is trying to do. Garage is currently being compromised, which means that some of the protection that has been made in towards the server's room end will be diverted in towards the garage. A lot of gunfights being made, but none of any kills has been made off. But just like I said, Slayer comes back, succeeds in taking out Buckinator. There goes your lone player, which means Team ClickBait only has to focus on the side.
Yeah. The rumor is gone again. Map control falls into the hands of Team ClickBait. The hatches are going to be opened up. Mojo preparing for a counter attack, and hopefully he strikes at the right time for his team. But Team ClickBait, they'll be focusing on a lot more. For now, they're focusing on the western side of the map. Thing is, they're losing many of their players. Clear with a double, very low on HP, but he's still kicking about. And the 2 final surviving defenders, they're here, huddled up towards CCTV. Kuntal, oh, he looks away at the wrong moment, but he downs Razan. There is an attacker from behind, and they can strike, but no, it's going to be Mojo going up blue stairs, holding that angle. And Team ClickBait, what is their method of entry? All the attackers are so isolated. Kuntal gets another. The Zofia is down, and Gunmaker is in server room. Mojo is already holding that angle, and as soon as the smoke knows where this final ace is, and I think Kuntal may have an idea, it's going to get so much more difficult. Razan will bleed out. It is now a 2 versus 1. Gunmaker has to give his position away. Destroys the Surya gate. But now everyone in the server is looking out for him, trying to shoot and gun him down. And Mojo will be successful. Won't stop peeking. Match point for their side.
Yep, match point it is for Team WontStopPeeking. 5-1 or wait, it's actually 6-1. My
6 to
apologies.
1. Yeah.
6-1 will be the scoreline with Team WontStopPeeking in a ridiculous lead here, folks. And Team ClickBait, they had the advantage. It was a 2v4. The way the method of approach was flawless, but unfortunately, when they went in towards the side itself, it just they kept disappearing one by one. Kuntal, although the timing wasn't that perfect to take out the player in towards the wall side, somehow gets to down the
Attackers need to
Zofia who was
locate and
at the
defuse the
garage
bomb.
doorway. And not only just that, Kuntal held his ground at an open area. The entire site was compromised. Maybe it would have been best for the attackers to, gain control on basement lockers instead, force the defenders to be in a post-plant situation, but we didn't see them do that. But instead, we see them gain heavy control on the CCTV room instead, and maybe that might be the reason why they got caught in the first place, because none of them were contesting on vault, neither of them were holding out in towards CCTV. They just left everything. They were on CCTV and on server's room. That was pretty much it. They had the garage control. Maybe it would have been best for them to force in a post-plant situation, but looks like Team ClickBait didn't make a decision to do that. But instead, going in for frags really did give WontStopPeeking the win that they need on round number 7. And I really hope that there might have some change of attack strategies in round number 8 as well, because the site is on second for CEO. I believe one of the attackers should rappel from the window side, ensure that the entire main entrance of the bank side is covered, so that neither of the defenders would just remove the rappel player from the window side. So yeah, there you go. Dead Inside is still here. He's just providing a lot of support for the team. And also, it shouldn't have much of a problem for them to open up the second floor executive room. Slayer is already in towards open area. As the great one once said, rip and tear until it is done. And I'm hopeful to see whether if we can get a frag or two. But turns out it will be Dead Inside with the first frag. Kuntal goes out, followed up with Cobra. Razan will go out as well. The equalizer game still continues. But at this point, WontStopPeeking is currently the one being at the advantageous spot.
Yeah, for the side of Won't Stop Peeking, it definitely favors them. And if for the extenders is Desmond, oh my god. That's
Okay.
that's a brave run out. This is one of those shenanigans you only see in ranked. But no, Desmond pulls it off. And yeah, for the side of ClickBait right now, they do equalize it. So that's good that Slayer was aware of that, but then again, who wouldn't be? That's practically solidifying a coffin for yourself next to the person you killed, had you gone for that run out though. Buckinator, DMR works. We have seen many Aruni DMR fails against sledges in the past. There has been that moment. But this time, Buckinator confirms the kill. More importantly, confirms and solidifies the chance of WontStopPeeking securing this map. Team ClickBait now. Oh, Slayer caught when he wasn't looking. Brilliant time for Mojo to strike. That was perfect placement of the Banshee. And just an overall amazing little juke play from the side of WontStopPeeking. Gunmaker, now, stockroom all by himself. One kill for him. Isolated frag, and all WontStopPeeking have to do is go against their name. They just don't need to peek. Just stay there. Don't peek. Wait for the final player. Wait for the ace. This round shall be yours. No, they peek and they still make it work. WontStopPeeking will be the winners of the first map, 7-1.
Well, they stayed true to their name, CCV. They won't stop peeking. 7-1. A bank will be theirs in map number 1. And now, we just have to see whether if Team ClickBait can survive map number 2, Clubhouse, which is in fact a difficult situation for Team ClickBait to be in. But we're about to find that out when match number 2 commences. But there's not much we can say on map number 1 here, folks. 7-1. Team ClickBait was a bit everywhere, if I have to call about it. Non-meta picks like the Rook and Doc was being brought out. Sometimes we do see the Rook armor plates just being out in the open. 3 plates were still open. ClickBait didn't get to utilize much of it. The execution on the attack side wasn't looking too good from their end. Slayer did make his fair share of best efforts to, find a frag or two. He was at least doing a great job at taking out the roamers on the defensive end, and the opening picks was also looking out great. Although I could say that the trade games that was working out between Team ClickBait and Team WontStopPeeking was quite decent. I mean, whenever there was an early peak, an immediate answer would come back on Team ClickBait's end, but it always came back to the mid rounds as well as the execute phases. That's exactly where Team WontStopPeeking excels at, and we all know what exactly happened. 7-1 first half. We did get to see Team ClickBait win at least one defensive round, which was on second floor CEO. We didn't get to see them defend on first floor open area. Neither do we get to see them defend on first floor tellers. So all in all, this used to be Team ClickBait's map pick. As we take a look at the highlights itself, 7-1. Actually, we just immediately head on towards the match summary itself. Mojo, 100%. Yeah, match summary itself, folks. 100% cost to Mojo. Two first kills, first picks from this guy.
Yeah, on the opposition side, or fourth as well, 3 opening kills, 0 opening casualties. That's a great number. And our fourth and Slayer, they tried their best. Overall, I mean, towards the very end, everyone gave the best effort. You could argue that someone like Razan, okay, 1-8 after 8 rounds, not the best result. But again, I would always make the argument that in Rainbow Six, your utility, your positioning, the information you gain, and the information you deny on your positions and is also a lot prevalent. But yeah, if you're looking at it from specifically from a numerical perspective, we need to see improvements from the side of ClickBait, plain and simple. I think that is one of, I wouldn't say the root cause of all of their problems, but one of the major problems that has been happening in their side for like a while. Even yesterday against Feelings, they were failing in that fragging department. They were trying their best to get those kills. They were initiating those duels. They were taking the gunfights, but it never came down to that winning scenario. It never happened. And even in this case, them being down 1-7 overall, it just meant that every single player in WontStopPeeking, they were looking oh so good. Mojo, KD of 2, 8-4, Desmond 7-4, Cobra 8. I mean, everyone has either 8 kills or 7 kills, shows the consistency in the entirety of WontStopPeeking, and shows that no matter what kind of operator they're playing, support, attack, entry, fragger, information, they were working their wonder and their guns were firing off. So well-deserved win for the side of WSP.
Yep, well deserved win for Team WontStopPeeking, but for Team ClickBait, they have to worry about this because if they lose one more map, which is currently on map Clubhouse, they will be eliminated out. But at least on the bright side, you could say that they will at least go home with 1 point on the SA Nationals qualifiers table, which means that we still have one more pro series, right? So the more points you rack up, the higher chances that you get to stay qualified for the SA Nationals event. But for now, folks, for the match 2 to commence, we might have to take a short little break. Until then, grab some H2O, grab some popcorns, have some chips. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
back, everyone, to the Esports Club presents Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm C-Sweet, joined alongside Babagusta, and we are bringing to you the lower bracket matchups. Now, we have gone through the initial qualifiers. We've figured out the top 8 teams in South Asia, and amongst those 8 teams, they are all fighting for the same spot. They're all fighting for a share of the prize pool of 2,500 US dollars. And today, we've already seen one team unfortunately leave the tournament, DWM. They took their leave. Right now, we have our next matchup, WontStopPeeking, and Team ClickBait fighting off against each other. We saw map number 1, the map of Bank. WSP, they took a commanding 7-1 win. Now we are going to go to their own map choice of Clubhouse starting very, very soon. And Baba, for the time being, this feels like a stomp over victory for WontStopPeeking. Do you think there is some sort of redemption left for ClickBait?
Well, CCV, if we do take a look at the recap on what exactly happened on map Bank, Won't Stop Peeking just went 7-1. And this was Team ClickBait's map pick. Bank was ClickBait's map pick. So,
Right.
talking about the second map itself being on Clubhouse, this is Won't Stop Peeking's map pick. So, at this point, I do have to agree with it, CCV. Won't Stop Peeking can actually end this off 7-1 unless and until ClickBait has something to do with it. Because the main reason why I wouldn't say that it would be a 7-1, and I'm a bit I'm a bit curious to know why it isn't, is it has to be the map itself, right? CCV, I mean, the map is
Yeah.
Clubhouse, the most standard maps you see in the South Asia region. Clubhouse, Oregon, even more so Villa. So ClickBait, although they didn't do a good job on map Bank, which was in their map pick, Clubhouse might have a different feel to it, unless and until they don't make a decision of bringing in like different operators that does not work out well on their coordination wise when it comes to operators wise. Like on defense you see them bring in Rook, we see them bring in the Doc, so hopefully we see them bring in some good operators that could help them proceed with the executes. Now, talking about the attackers ban phase though, ClickBait making a decision to ban Montaigne and Kaid, interestingly enough, but Won't Stop Peeking will stick to the standard bans Thatcher and Mira. A lot of information on the defensive side, and the EMPs both will be gone. Not like on 6, but on round number 1, we'll get to see what kind of site that WontStopPeeking will be able to go defend on. It will be on Church and Arsenal Room nonetheless. Since Kaid has been banned, they have to make do with impact nades, and that's the reason why you see Azami and Melusi being brought up. Let's not forget, Valkyrie hasn't been banned, which means they'll be able to have good amount of information in towards the kitchen side itself. So the attackers really needs to be careful of those C4 plays that would arrive right from below the side itself.
Yeah, they got to be careful. All
Attackers
of
need to
those,
locate and
C4s
defuse
being
bombs.
tossed up, the verticality, impact tricking. So many of those instances will be taken up, and so many of those tactics will be taken up by the side of WontStopPeeking. And looking at their comp overall, all right, you've got, Valkyrie being played by Buckinator. Actually, yeah, oh, I forgot about this. Back in the glory days of Monka S, Buckinator always used to go for so many of those Valkyries. I still remember a couple of his runouts and spawn peaks in the map of Oregon, although I forgot against which team it was. Yeah, he definitely played a lot of Valk.
10 seconds
Yeah.
left before insertion.
I just realized when you said that, CCB, that really brings a lot of memories. With them being qualified into the Mages of August, see them go up against MRCZ, which it wasn't really a long run, but it sure brought a lot of major upsets and some amazing.
There was a time. Yeah, there was a time where I remember one of my predictions in the major, I had said that Monkas would have finished better than Kira. Of course, I'd been proven wrong, but well, the legend of Monkai still lives on. It's talking about Buckinator, the man of the hour himself. Starts off the entire map with a headshot on over to Slayer. Hibana gone, hard breach count down to 2.
Yep, and looks like Buckinator is still hungry for more. The drones hasn't been destroyed yet, which means that he's at a concealed state. Does the attacker knows about this? Oh, yes, he does, and that's going to cost him his life. Arfat immediately realizes that. But not only you have Kuntal with the protection, and back again, kitchen site will be at the hands of Team WontStopPeeking once again, which means that the time to get control will be a bit too tough, but that is a lot of players contested in towards that one particular spot. 2 players have already been down, which means Kuntal needs to contest. He will get one back at the trade games once again. ClickBait is currently the one holding the deficit. 2v2 equalizer, but here's the main problem. Not a single hatch nor walls has been opened up. So Gunmaker will do exactly that. Opening the wall in towards the tunnel side. One of the grenades has been thrown out at the hands of Dead Instead. Now the only main thing is how can they get access in towards the side itself. They don't have any impact breachers like the Zofia and the Hibana to open up the hatches, nor they have any advantages to open up any lines of sight. So Thermite needs to make do with his ability, and Mojo, I believe, won't be able to remove that important utility. C4 being tossed around from Cobra. They still had the information from Valkyrie's black cams, but still, it would work to no effect, and it will just give them yet another line of sight for the attackers to deal with. A minute left. It's still a 2v2, so there is high likely a chance that Team ClickBait can be able to salvage something out of it.
They are trying. Dead inside. All right, fighting away with that LMG. Cobra hiding behind that Azami gadget, the knife, the blow up. But guys, still haven't looked at Wikipedia for the exact name. But the thing is, it's providing much needed cover for Cobra against two very different angles that both pierce down on his position if he's not careful. And that's why he decides to just leave that spot away altogether, go away towards deep armory. And the attackers, they need to move into the bomb side as soon as possible. The defenders, they are denying them. Dead Inside needs to win this duel. Mojo needs to do the same for his team. Whoever gets this kill, it'll be hugely beneficial. Cobra goes down. It's all down to the Jaeger. Does he spot the attacker? Yes, he does, but he cannot stop them from going down. And Mojo's eliminated by the Finka. Excellent take from ClickBait towards the very end. The numbers were low on both the rosters, but the attackers still made it work. They took their time. They opened the hatch. They breached inside of dirt. The one hard breacher that was remaining, Thermite, with his 2 exothermic charges, the way and the places where he placed them was so detrimental to the round, and the correct choice was made. You open up dirt, you open up kitchen hatch, you drop down, you get control, and then you look to plant the diffuser. Here, it didn't even take that much. ClickBait just pushed into the bomb side. They got those ever so important kills, and the 2 versus 4, the 2 versus 2, my apologies, was converted into a win. But yeah, one thing was spotted is that WontStopPeeking, they are taking the fight to their opponents. They are peeking these angles so early into the round, which is really contrary as to how you usually play Basement Church and Arsenal. Here, you play for time, you play for luxury, you play just to, wait out the execution and then you strike. WontStopPeeking, they are taking like the opposite strategy usually, and I don't think if it's going to keep on working. I mean, already it's not paid off. Are they still looking to do something similar?
10 seconds left.
I guess so. It will be the same execute that ClickBait usually does, and it's the same operators that Team WontStopPeeking would be doing as of now. Although I'm not quite sure if Cobra had brought out Thunderbird on round number 1, so having that extra health would give a lot of chances for the defenders to be much more aggressive. But talk about Team ClickBait's trade game capabilities on round number 1. They were on point. Whenever Buccaneer did get the early pick, it would have been best for him to fall back, but let's just say the excitement got the better of him. He went way too much aggressive despite the attackers already knew that perfect information. All they had to do was just pre-fire on that wall, and they did succeed in taking out Buccaneer. Now Slayer once again, this time will make a different change of pace. This time pushing in towards stocks, same as Razan, as he will get control in towards the garage side. And now ClickBait's main course of action would be to gain control towards the blue room. Now blue room, not a lot do we get to see the attackers gain control of it. I mean, in the previous matches where we saw DWM versus Retrograde, it was just a full-on frontal control in towards the kitchen side. They didn't get control on the garage side itself, so I wouldn't believe that this would also be the same thing that ClickBait would do. They're just opening up important walls and the necessary walls so that the attackers could, push in and see whether if they can hold their ground properly or not. But they're taking a lot of time for this. 140 seconds left. I believe they still don't have the kitchen control, which means the attackers already know it's been constantly being watched by the defenders. So they have to find a different way. And Dead Instead might be able to get the first frag, unless and until if he makes a single mistake. Frag grenades being thrown around, not being able to claim the life of any defensive player as of now. For Team ClickBait, They might have got this under control, but they're losing a lot of time.
That's the thing for the time being. They've got to be careful with where they start this execute. Cobra starts things off, takes out Gunmaker. The exothermic charges have been used, but it's not just the C4s that are dealing the damage. Of course not. It's the bullets as well. Won't stop peeking. What an advantage they have. They've eliminated all the attackers in kitchen. And now this execute that was looking oh so strong, oh so mighty, with full of control all over the map, has just descended into practically nothing. Look at the positions of the final two attackers. They're all alone. The gunfight's being taken everywhere. It's victory for WontStopPeeking, a triple kill for Cobra, a flawless round win. Yeah, ClickBait, they fell under that time pressure. They were looking for something, but WontStopPeeking played this so smartly. They had that total like anchor heavy defense. Everyone was in the bomb side, and exactly what I was saying. In the first round, they were playing the opposite of that. They were spread all over the map. They were taking so many of the gunfights. Here, complete opposite. And it worked. It worked wonders. I mean, we just saw a flawless round win after a 0 versus 2 round loss. So smart strategy from WSP. Now they're taking up the second floor CCTV and cache. This time as well, their composition doesn't reveal anything off meta, anything different. You know, you have the Jaeger-Vamai combo. You've got smoke in the bomb site since Cade is banned and mute hasn't been picked. Bandit tricking will be taken up by Buckinator. And then you finally have Cobra who closes out the lineup with, Thunderbird and those Kona stations. Again, everything makes sense. Nothing is out of the ordinary. It's just upon the playstyle that WontStopPeeking will be looking for. And as for ClickBait, they have to react to that certain playstyle. If they're seeing the defenders are all holed up in the bomb side, take map control as soon as possible and then try to execute. ClickBait tried that in the previous round. It wasn't that they did anything bad or anything wrong strategically. It was just that when it came to the gunfights, sadly for their side, they lost almost all of them. Cobra started off with that double kill towards kitchen, and then everyone fell through.
Yeah, it absolutely did. I mean, talk about the map clubhouse itself. It's quite interesting to see that Team WontStopPeeking has made a decision to trick the wall of CCTV. It's a very difficult thing to do so because Maverick is still available. So even if the trick would happen on Bandit's end, it is Mojo's responsibility to ensure that none of those cook grenades would take out Bandit like that. Even more so, it would be even compromised at the Windows side of CCTV, so he needs to ensure that CCTV wouldn't be, breached out that quickly. A lot of flashbangs being thrown around, maybe in towards the CCTV side. I just heard the exothermic charges being used, and so there's the grenade. Buckinator, does he succeed in breaching up the wall? No, he does not. He won't succeed. That will give the attackers to open up the wall on CCTV, but he forgot about Buckinator. Is still in the CCTV breached wall. Not quite sure if it was a good idea. Here's one of the attackers rappelling in. Buckinator feeling so excited, so clean. He actually almost takes out and somehow gets out. What is happening? How is Buckinator so alive? Meanwhile, we see Desmond with an M5 shotgun to take on Essence. What is happening? Seriously, what is happening? How did Buckinator get away on CCTV breach? How did he get a shotgun kill? This doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, won't stop peeking. I mean, alright, it's one thing to not stop peeking, but it's another to just rush into enemy territory out in the open. Slayer as well out in the open, very vulnerable angle for him as he's in this prone position next to the breach. Tags the bandit slightly, but in doing so gives his position away. And now everyone in the server knows there's a Hibana right next to the breach. Desmond may even peek that if he wants to. He does, but it costs him his life. And ClickBait get their first kill of the round. Still a minute to work with. It is doable. They can manage to come back. The defenders, though, they have the luxury of those corner stations. We can see every single defender. They've got more than enough HP. Wait, what? No, wait, what? No, actually, seriously, what?
I have no words.
Yeah. Okay. There are many, many words I want to use right now that I obviously can't say on broadcast, but what?
Alright, talking about the push being made from ClickBait's end, the push will be in towards the construction side. They succeeded in opening up the wall, but they don't have access. They don't even have control on the red stairs hallway. This is exactly where half of the teams on the side of WontStopPeeking are holding an angle to. But Slayer finds out a getaway. 3 kills, immediately gets shut down by Kuntal. And there you have it, Mojo with the final frag to take out Gunmaker. This round number 3 was confusing.
Yeah.
It was.
It was.
It was so much confusing. First, I see Buckinator sprint out towards CCTV, taking a breath of fresh air. He almost claims the life of Thermite. Then he just walks back in towards CCTV like nothing happened. No cover being made from Team ClickBait. Then out of nowhere, I see a smoke with a M5 shotgun from the main entrance. He gets the confirmation on the kill.
That's not even the best part.
That's not even the best part. That is not even the best part. Next thing you know, Slayer was just looking from the back, thinking that someone was going in for the flank.
Yeah, it's the team kill. Look, it's one thing.
Yeah,
if you're firing and your teammate comes into the crosshairs, it's another to flick onto your teammate.
I mean, it was a good flick. I don't mind. It was a good flick, but surprise, surprise, it was your own teammate.
Oh,
man.
Why?
Jeez. Round number 4. I was actually about to talk about the conversation between the amount of maps that in the region of SA is very much comfortable in. Clubhouse and Oregon. These are the 2 maps
even
where...
Villa.
Even Villa. These 3 maps are really good for all teams. They are very comfortable with it, so they know what to do, what not to do, how to coordinate well. But certain maps, like Bank, Theme Park, including even Skyscraper, is not the 3 maps that most of the teams are familiar with. But yeah, I was trying to talk about that particular the thing in the SA region, but man, what exactly happened on round number 3? It was just continuous amount of errors, which really stunned both Wu and CCV. So
exactly, it wasn't. The team kill wasn't like a certified JK moment just yet, but it definitely was. It was a very questionable thing that happened. But anyways, all right.
Wait, is JK just kidding?
It's the no. It's the that. I will ever only say that term in its full form on stream if a moment is a certified JK moment. As I think we've only seen one, the Villa one. Okay, so there hasn't been any more. All right. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for them, but it's up to the players. Right now, though, it's up to Slayer. Oh, he was holding a brilliant angle towards Cash. Could have almost gotten Desmond, but Desmond backs out of that angle or to, rotate over to construction. The Hibana still waiting and watching if anyone does, but it's highly unlikely anything takes place. WontStopPeeking, after winning those 2 rounds in consecution, take up the tertiary bomb site, gym and bedroom. Still arguably a very solid bomb site, The thing with Clubhouse is that it makes up for the lack of bomb site and objective rotation with how good the bomb sites are for the defenders. Obviously, no one can go into stock, but all the other 3 bomb sites are so manageable for the defense to win in their defensive rounds, and already WontStopPeeking. They're looking to replicate that. Mojo with the opener. Slayer peeks towards Clash so slowly. There is still that lesion. There's the spam fire from the Hibana, but Desmond is alive. He's still kicking about. And where does Slayer plan on peeking? He enters and he catches Desmond completely off guard. What a play! And ClickBait, they are looking very strong in this execute. 50 seconds on the clock and a 2-1 man advantage.
Yep, ClickBait are looking strong on attack, and Kuntal missing so many shots with the SMG-11 will give the confirmation towards Slayer. Now Buckinator is the last player standing. Make that no player standing as Dead Inside arrives right in towards the entryways of mid-stairs and gives the win for Team ClickBait once again. 2-2 equalizer, folks, as they will succeed round number 4. And in round number 5, we'll get to see whether if WontStopPeeking will make a decision to go for a change of site, or will they go back yet again. It looks like they will head back on basement, church, and Arsenal room. So if I have to make a prediction, which in fact I'm really not that good at it, second floor CCTV room and basement Arsenal room has the higher chances for Team WontStopPeeking to succeed. Now, since they have basement, and round number 6 will absolutely be on second floor CCTV once again, there is high likely a chance that the first half would end at 4-2. Second floor gym / master bedroom, there is slight probability that ClickBait can win, because second floor gym and bedroom is exactly morally, favored on the attacker's side. So all WontStopPeeking needs to do is to ensure that whatever strategies that they place in towards the basement side needs to be precise. Any single mistakes that they make, just like an aggressive peeks that Buckinator Kuntal did in towards the kitchen side, might give Team ClickBait the win that they need on round number 5. So I hope that they won't make the same mistakes like they did in round number 1, and just play it patiently and wait for Team ClickBait to use their cards first so that they can follow it up with a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
That is true. Yeah.
I was
for
supposed
the
to say
side of-
trap card. I was supposed to say trap card, but I said Yu-Gi-Oh over there.
It's fine. Cricket attacks, you go all the same thing. But yeah, there used to be that craze in my life when I was in like 4th grade of cricket attacks. Man, those were some good times. I don't know how many cricket attacks nerds there are out there in the chat.
I
like,
used to.
during this.
Even I used to do it. Yeah.
I
I remember.
so I still have that 101 Chris Gale batting and bowling. Amazing card, like one of my finest collections.
Yeah, I still
leave over
remember. I
15
used to
million.
have. Yeah, I still have those cards. Like so much, cards about it.
And
I
the
still used to
stacks.
remember when I win. I used to be so excited. I'm like, I'm the king. But instead, that did not work out. Talk about the first frag though, as we focus on the game itself. Kuntal gets to take out Slayer. Slayer used to do a lot of work for the past 3 rounds, having a total of 5 kills. But on round number 5, all he can do is just give information to the teams via the attack drones.
Ash has been silenced as well. Excellent opening for Kuntal, and he's still roaming about in the entire map. I mean, look at him in logistics right now, delaying the attackers. And I think ClickBait should be looking to hunt the Melusi down. Because if they don't, the Melusi poses such a certain risk of the flanks being there. And yeah, finally Kuntal has been spotted. So he will have to evacuate that position. But more and more kills are taking place. Cobra eliminates another Kuntal, finally dead in the dirt. But he's done more than enough of a job and more than enough of a capable job of delaying the attackers, wasting their resources, destroying drones, and wasting their time. That it's fine. Even if he dies, yeah, it's a good job. WontStopPeeking for their side, they have to maintain this man advantage. That's the best thing. And that's the biggest factor. ClickBait, we've seen their executes. Their executes on basement, they can work. They've done that 2 versus 2. And they may pull it off again. But Arfat not checking the corner. Now he sees, he spots, he shoots. Easy kill for him. Inside of the bomb site now. Defenders get rid of the Finca, but the other attackers are also pushing in. It's dead inside, very low on HP, eliminated. And now the round is practically over.
Well, let's not count it out just yet. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Let's just count it out. Round number 5, the hands of Team WontStopPeeking. My goodness. I was about to give some... oh man, the voice crack is insane. I was about to give some hope towards Team ClickBait, but yeah, I think you're right, CCB. Round number 5 goes back at the hands of Team WontStopPeeking once again, securing their win on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, which means that in round number 6, just like I predicted, it will be on second floor CCTV and Cash Room. The site that brought so many confusion to both of us and CCV.
Yep.
And at this point on round number 6, I have no idea on what's going to happen here, man. I have no idea on what's going to happen. Operator's picks will be the same nonetheless. Slayer will make a decision to bring in the Hibana once again, which in fact he's been dealing a good amount of damage towards WontStopPeeking's defensive maneuvers. For the past, how many rounds was it? For the past 3 rounds, we saw him bring in as the Hibana. He's been making a lot of fair share of plays, except the unfortunate team kill that he did, but he still made a lot of multi-kills coming in from his end. Although I couldn't say the same thing on the previous round because he did bring in the Ash and unfortunately didn't get to win that 1v1 gunfight challenge. So Slayer decides, you know what, I think I'll just go back with the Hibana, make sure to open up lines of sight because the Type 89 gun is a dangerous weapon, mainly because of its high fire rate. Although yes, it doesn't have that much of magazine capacity, but the amount of fire rate that that gun has, it is dangerous to, challenge that particular weapon itself. So on round number 6, let's see if Team ClickBait can get to equalize it 3-3, or will Won't Stop Peeking brings in some insane maneuvers that could confuse ClickBait out of nowhere.
I mean, leave it up to WontStopPeeking for pulling off those maneuvers that confuse anyone, not just ClickBait. But for the time being, ClickBait are doing no such thing. They want to play just a regular Rainbow Six. CCTV execute takes place. Arfat peeking in. Last time this happened, he lost his life. This time, there is a defender to his right, but he moves away from that angle. But it still will be a defender. Multiple defenders, actually, getting those opening kills. How does this happen every single time? ClickBait, when they're least expecting it, when they're not looking, they lose the duel. Razan, so close to losing his life. Buckinator not shying away from peeking those angles, and that's like the full theory for Won't Stop Peeking. I am stating the obvious, but they are not going to stop peeking. No, they will not leave this map until ClickBait are done in the dirt. But ClickBait can fire back. It is the 6th round. They can end this half in an equal manner with an equal scoreline. Problem is, yet again, they're at the disadvantage. They've still got a well-rounded lineup. As I say that, the entry fragger is gone. Slayer temporarily flashes himself. Dead inside is tagged. Finger boosts are still there. So there is a little bit of heal that the attackers can take. But it's these gunfights, man. ClickBait are so far off from the bomb side, and the defenders are keeping them at that range. It makes you wonder if and when Slayer and Dead Inside will push in. But Slayer already does that. Wait a minute. That was a single for him. 3 overall for Buckinator. Finka now all alone.
Well, all alone and never more. Because Cobra comes back yet again to get the final frag out, ending off with the first half 4-2. And now in second half, we have to see whether if Team ClickBait can succeed on their defensive hold. Basement church and second floor CCTV should be their main concern to win in order to equalize into a 4-4. Those two sites are very important for Team ClickBait to put themselves back on track. And if they make a bit of a mistakes here and there, then Team Won't Stop Peeking will gladly used to it as their own advantage. Talk about Cobra once again. He'll bring in the Amaru just like he did on Map Bank. So wherever you hear a Gara hook arriving out of nowhere, the defenders really needs to be careful on that one particular player, because man, the amount of aggression that the Amaru has, and with the scope that the G8 LMG has as well, it's just a very deadly combination if you time it right. Now, Amaru has already been showed up in the big phase itself, so the defenders already know that there is an Amaru in play. So what can they do? Could they use any traps to ensure that the Amaru wouldn't be more aggressive? Or could they use those Kuna knives that Slayer has to block off the window at the same timing that the Amaru is going to use the Gara hook? Because there is highly likely a chance that you can deny the aggressive push coming in from the Amaru's end. Or you can just immediately get the kill when Amaru heads in towards the side itself. So it always depends on the time itself, but what's more important is that Buckinator bring in the fuse. Cluster charges which will be placed on CCTV, and the chaos will commence. Cobra is already doing his fair share of attempts with the Gara hook. Already maybe in towards on second floor gym. I believe he's already doing his fair share of damage in... Actually, no, it's not on second floor gym. He's at first floor stock, trying to manage the gunfight. Not quite sure if it will work out on WontStopPeeking's end. So let's see how it works out.
Yeah, CCTV breach done. Cobra still looking out for that defender. Anyone wants to push out from stock, and I think there is Dead Inside near that place. Yep, he has been spotted by Stage. I don't think he spotted the drone just yet, so if the Vigil is not careful, if the Vigil doesn't move away, he will be killed. Vigil is killed, so is the Thermite. 2 people whom were spotted by their opponents, already down in the dirt. More gunfights to follow. It is Razana's the smoke with the run out. Wait a minute. That is a bold move, but it works now. He was hungry for more, but this was a mistake. Why do you have to jump out a second time? That's your smoke now. evicted from the round. The attackers, they still have decent manpower. I mean, okay, yeah, Cobra's low on HP, but so is Arfat. It's a fair gunfight, and it's a fair fight overall. So whichever team gets the next kill, it will be favoring themselves hugely. LMG for Cobra, beautiful headshot, but there is counter retaliation. There is a rebuttal from ClickBait, and they are also ready to take the gunfights. Slayer is in rafters. He is tagged. Buckinator full HP. He has to hunt down 2 half HP defenders. But no, he will be eliminated. As a matter of fact, it will be a trade that takes place. But regardless, ClickBait win another round. A much better fight from their side compared to what happened on Bank. They only suffer by a single round loss now.
Yep. The desperate times comes for desperate measures, and Team ClickBait really knew what they had to do. Winning round number 7 will give at least a chance for Team ClickBait to survive. But is it more than enough to ensure that they will put themselves on the lead? We'll be able to find that out on Basement Church and Arsenal Room. Interestingly enough, Slayer has made a decision to bring in the Bandit. Not quite sure if Bandit would work out on a site like Basement Church. Even more so, you don't even have 6 picked as well. So Slayer could use the Bandit charges to electrify the walls in towards the dirt wall. But the attackers wouldn't have to worry much about it, because all they have to do is just look towards the drone hole, sees that there is a bandit charge being placed, remove one particular wall, open it up, easier said than done. Now, here is the problem. There isn't a single impact needs being present to deny any kitchen hatch, but I kind of like the way how Team ClickBait has changed the strategy. You see Gunmaker bring in the Oryx, which means he has good versatility when it comes to roaming. He could even, immediately rotate from first to second floor without the usage of stairs. He could just parkour himself up from the hatch, but...
What? Okay, no.
No.
What?
I was... what? I mean, last time I remember, I saw him opening the walls, and now he just opened up... I have nothing to say, CCV. I have nothing to say. For the one time...
more team kill. One more team kill from ClickBait. And this map, I am declaring this map as a certified JK moment. One more. They have a final warning.
Jesus.
I mean, what?
I gave so much hopes for Team ClickBait. I tried to understand the strategy. It's a really good strategy too. You know, the Oryx, good versatility with the roam clearance. He could be able to catch operators off guard by surprise. But a team kill yet again. I still don't understand what is happening. And already at a 4v5 disadvantage, there's already a pre-play C4 being placed around from Razan's end. So whenever any attacker decides to contest in a gunfight with the mute, they will immediately be blown out to smithereens if they get caught out in the trap. That is what I like to call the ClickBait strategy, because they're trying to lure the attackers into the bait. But in order to work that, the attackers needs to arrive right from his crosshairs, and that is not working out too well. Desmond finds out Arfat in towards the basement side, even more so Gunmaker in towards the same hatch. They've already dropped down, they have control on the Arsenal room, and now there's only 2 players left. Pre-play C4 already been placed, which means that Razan cannot use his C4s. He's slowly going from downstairs. Cobra finds one, a post-plan situation, and that's pretty much it. WontStopPeeking will not have any problems on round number 8. What is... I just don't know what to say. I seriously don't know what to say at this point.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. From the side of ClickBait, 2 different rounds, 2 different players. And again, it's not even those accidental team kills. Like, okay, in this instance, maybe because we weren't seeing it, maybe there was the shyest chance that Gunmaker was opening up a wall and Slayer just walked in. But then again, I don't think the Bailiff does enough damage for it to kill a teammate in one shot.
Exactly.
So it must have been multiples. And it wasn't even a headshot. So again, it must have been multiple body shots. Which, how...
Like what's even the worst part is that a bailiff in short range, even if I include 1 meter distance, if you shoot at a head on any attack or defensive operator, he does not die. He'll just left in just 10
10
HP.
seconds
He'll
left.
only have 10 HP. Like how
5 seconds remaining.
what happened? Like, what
Yeah,
exactly
I
happened at that moment? I still have
Attackers
no
are moving
idea.
out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
it's yeah.
D-
hmm I will. Yeah, like I said, they are on a final warning. They one more. That's it. But anyways, the side of won't stop peaking now. Same place to execute. Desmond again, the star of that previous round, opens up the killing tally. Gets rid of dead inside. That's the dog off the board. Another artifact. Such an open angle, even though his teammates died. And oh boy, again, it's just sheer dismantling on the side of the side of ClickBait. I mean, it's not even been 40 seconds into the action phase. 3 defenders are gone. Yes, they reply back with the kill onto Buckinator, but they're still contesting these angles, but it feels like a lost fight. I mean, Gunmaker, holding all of this. Slayer down, solo HP, no way for him to heal back. He throws that Razor Bloom. He's holding a great angle. Gunmaker is also making waves, so maybe, just maybe, this is doable. But I wouldn't put the odds in favor of ClickBait anytime soon, and it gets even worse.
Attackers have recovered the
Alright, it's the Thorn
bomb located
all
by
alone
attackers.
against 2 attackers who will be planting the diffuser very soon. Kuntal has extra HP as well. Now it's down to 100. But yeah, post-plant position, 1 versus 2, low on HP. Highly unlikely this round goes in favor of ClickBait, especially after how it started.
Already a post-plant situation might come in at the hands of Slayer, so he needs to clutch a 1v2 situation in a mere 40 seconds. He'll be able to get a good headshot to take out Desmond. All he needs to do is just focus out Kuntal, but he's tagged a lot. He is tagged a lot. He needs to find an headshot to remove Kuntal off of the equation, but it's not gonna happen. Kuntal with the LMG, so many bullets in his pocket, will finally get the shot and also give WontStopPeeking the match point that they need. Round number 9 will be theirs. 6-3 will be the score line. Now we have to see what will happen on round number 10. Basement Church and Arsenal room once again. Desmond will be returned. It's just the usual problem, but Desmond shouldn't have any problems coming in from his end. But oh man, out of all the 9 rounds that we've had,
Mm-hmm.
the second TK that we've witnessed, I mean,
Attackers
first was
need to
from
locate
Slayer
and
where
defuse
he
bombs.
accidentally picked out Razan, right? Razan, no, actually not Razan, it was Gunmaker who got picked out. And on the defensive side, it was Gunmaker who accidentally TK'd Slayer. But despite all of that, I still need to talk about the way how ClickBait has been proceeding in when they were on attack. The attack, Slayer was doing a lot of work. I have to give him that at least. 10 kills
Yeah.
from his name. Being playing as the Hibana, he not only got the peaks, but also ensured that he'll be able to open up lines of sight.
10
The amount
seconds
of
to go.
pure sheer aggressiveness that Team WontStopPeeking has been making making
seconds
use of
to
it
go.
as of now for the past 8 rounds, it has been working out
Locate and defuse the
every
bomb.
time. No matter if Slayer is still alive or not, won't stop peeking, they would always find a way. Being aggressive, picks out player one by one. Buckinator, he escaped on CCTV without having any contest being made from ClickBait's end. So on second half, it's even difficult to determine whether if ClickBait can concede or should I say, do something about it. But there's already gunfights being made at the early round itself. Mojo Kuntal has already been down at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peeking, so Cobra has to make amends. Gunmaker will go out, and so did Arfat. Well, Buckinator goes out, and it's all down to Cobra to clutch out a 1v3. He did succeed in downing out Razan, but is it more than enough to get the confirmation of the kill? Because he is cornered. One on oil pits, another one on blue stairs. Unfortunately, he won't be able to get the kill nonetheless. ClickBait will win round number 10. Basement will be theirs, which means that the site will be locked and they have to make a decision to either go on second floor CCTV or on gym and bedroom.
Yeah, again, from the side of Won't Stop Peeking, this was just so unnecessary. This strategy of just rushing in the first like 30 seconds from Blue it did not pay off. No, the defenders, like you said, Baba, they had the attackers cornered completely, and there was no way the attackers could escape as well. Finally, all lone Cobra was there. So won't stop peaking. They've got this golden opportunity. Just take the map win, but they went for something so risky. It doesn't make sense. They're only giving more and more momentum and
Attackers
fueling
need
the
to
fire
locate and
more
defuse as many
of
bombs as they can.
clickbait, of them trying to push it into, that overtime. It's still unlikely overtime happens, but the possibility is there, and that's what Won't Stop Peaking have to be careful about. They've got to make sure they prevent that. After all, they don't want to go into overtime. That's where they risk losing the map. That's where they risk going into a decider map, and you never know when a team, even if a team has lost 1-7, they can still make a comeback. We remember the match Kira Esports had in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They lost the map of Villa 1-7, but they made an excellent comeback and they moved on forward. Now they'll be facing Hunters LFO very, very soon. I think the upper bracket semifinals are tomorrow, but I could be wrong. Regardless of that, but whenever the matches are, again, I was taking the example that, yeah, even if Kira have lost 1-7 on Villa, they've ended up winning best of threes. Something similar can happen. Even if Clickbait, they've lost the map of Bang, we can expect a comeback. So won't stop peaking. Do not get complacent. Do not take unnecessary risks. I know this goes against the entire theory, but sometimes it's better to be safer than to be a showboat.
Yep, sometimes if one theory doesn't work, it's best to change the theory, ensure that these guys would go slow and steady, because slow and steadies really do wins the race, but I'm not quite sure that's going to work out though. Razan once again with the Oryx, the D5 SMG, to claim the life of Desmond, which means that Hibana's Scarus Pellets won't be available to open up the construction side. Meanwhile, Cobra has been tagged with a lot of damage, but they still haven't figured out to remove the mute jammers, and I'm not quite sure by doing that positioning was a good idea to be doing that. So the mute jammer is still alive and won't stop peeking. Man, you just really need to be careful. Run out once again from Raksan to see whether if he can find a kill or not. Maybe he could, but he's just patiently waiting it out for now. Grenades being thrown around to see whether he can remove the mute jammers, but instead he just removes its own thermite exothermic charge. Oh boy.
And Hibana's dead.
Yeah,
So-
Hibana's dead too, so one last exothermic charge. Let's hope that they could
Oh,
do
the
it, but
jammer's
no,
still
the
there.
jammer hasn't been gone just yet. Oh god.
Yeah.
The amount of chills that I'm having right now with
Oh
only
my
this CCTV wall not being able to open
And
up,
he dies.
and he dies because of it. Arfat, my god, won't stop peeking. When you thought Clickbait were the one doing a lot of mistakes, turns out Won't Stop Peeking also are doing the same thing.
Yeah, this is a certified 5th round for Clickbait. I don't think, 2 versus 5. I don't think Kuntal and Cobra can clutch this, especially Cobra not being on full HP. Let's see. Kuntal taking some gunfights, disadvantageous situation, and yeah, it feels like it's going to be a flawless round win for the side of Clickbait. Won't stop peeking. They've gotten complacent, and now it's coming to bite them in the back. Clickbait now a single round away from pushing it into overtime. There was such a good opportunity WSP had, but they've somehow managed to not go that route, and now they are on the brink of pushing it into overtime, where they themselves will suffer through a risk of losing the map. So right now, yeah, go on.
I'm sorry, CCV. I just have to ask for Mojo. Like, all the Maverick had to do was just make a teensy tiny hole right from
Yep.
below the CCTV wall to
Yep.
remove the mute jammer. That's all he had to do. He didn't had to repel.
Yes.
He didn't
Defenders,
had
protect your
to,
bombs from being defused
open
by
up the
attackers.
sideways. But man, that one single mistake that Mojo did cost the entirety of that match. They are in match point. And Team Clickbait are also one round away to put this match on OT. So many mistakes. Both of them. And I don't even know whether if they can even hold out on second floor gym and bedroom, because if Clickbait wins second floor gym and bedroom, there is no chance that Clickbait can win this out. There's no chance that Won't Stop Peeking can win it out.
Yeah,
5 seconds left.
that is true. So for the time being, I gotta say that
Attackers are moving out to
I
locate a
mean,
bomb and
the
defuse it.
side hitter won't stop peaking. Win this round because I have to agree with you, Baba. If it goes to overtime, it's ropes. It's ropes who won't stop peaking. The momentum will be favoring clickbait so much more. They gotta be careful. They need to secure this now more than ever. A team that won the first map 7-1 now faces, the brink of going into overtime, maybe even losing there. You never know what the situation is going to be. In the meanwhile, from the attackers, waiting out on a couple of the yeah, on an initial gunfight taking place on getting info as well. We can see the defenders, they're fixated on taking these early duels. I mean, look at that. Two defenders focused on logistics. Desmond as the Maverick right now. He's ready to destroy the bandit batteries. And I think the bandit batteries will be destroyed. Not to mention Razan. Oh, he's captured a Twitch drone. That's really good. If there are any
Bomb located
breaches
by
taking place,
attackers.
you can destroy the exothermic very, very rapidly, but and very sneakily as well. I guess that's the better objective. But more importantly, it's the bullets. They aren't sneaky, they are loud, and yet they are the most effective. So you've got to make sure that the bullets work their magic. Desmond takes a significant hit to his HP. He's still looking out for any defender he can find. The frag grenade was in his hand, but the Surya gate will prevent anything from taking place. So, another nade toss, and oh
Attackers have
wait!
located a bomb.
Wait, Arfat has gone brilliant through. And yeah, that's now won't stop peaking at an advantage, looking to make it even more as Slayer gets tagged so much.
Man, Arfat just played himself. Even with the Surya gates being active, somehow Maverick just throws the nade and he able to get the kill just like that. Desmond finds yet another one by taking out Dead instead, which means that they have control on second floor gym, I believe. But there's still an angle being made into its construction. They need to be careful, and Gunmaker has no idea where Desmond is, but he'll get the kill nonetheless. 4v2 post-plan situation will come in at the hands of Team WontStopPeeking, which means two players needs to clutch out, or should I say one player needs to clutch out a 1v4 40 seconds post-plan situation. Has the C4, but unfortunately he gets picked out quite early with the help of Cobra, the AK-12 to get the final frag. And there you have it, folks. That is map number 2. Team ClickBait. Unfortunately, their journey comes to an end, and for Team WontStopPeeking, congratulations for them. They will proceed into the next phase of the lower brackets. And whew, okay, I have to say, CCV, I might need to take a breather, man.
Yeah.
I definitely have to, especially that last round, the grenade, the Surya gate. How did the Surya gate disappear out of nowhere? The grenade just traversed through, and Arfat is just gone. Like how? Just
You
how?
you can't question this map. We've we've seen a lot. Like, I'm pretty sure. You know what? Let's have a look at the highlights, and I'll talk over my point of how seeing the entirety of the spring edition of Pro Series, seeing the summer edition as well. I think this definitely affects all of us, the casters, the viewers, and everyone in the back end involved as well. Like neurologically and like psychologically, this will affect us a little bit in the rest of our lives. There is no way we'll come out of this sane or like sane to an extent. It is going to take a toll. So it's a risk we bore bringing entertainment and watching Rainbow Six content so far because, boy, some of it can be. It's in macro doses, it can be lethal. Definitely, it can be. But this time, the map and the best of three was a little too lethal of a dose for the side of clickbait. Like you said, Baba, they'll be taking a leave from the summer edition, still not going home empty handed because of the fact that they managed to be in the top 8, because of the fact that they managed to clear the qualifier round and move on forward. They will be going home with a single South Asian national point. And again, for a team which has had many roster changes, for a team that's always been at the brink of being very, very good, but still trying to get there ever since 2021, ever since the previous edition of the South Asian Nationals as well. It's an improvement. It definitely is an improvement. And who knows, by the time we see the fall edition of the Pro Series, Clickbait will be looking even better, and maybe they can improve further. But yeah, one day, two different teams taking a leave. We have our 7th and 8th teams now completed. Those spots are filled. 6 teams remain in the summer edition. And again, now the thing is that after the next set of teams are eliminated, whoever those teams are, once we're in that top four, that's when things get so interesting, because that's where the prize pool comes into play. That's when so many more South Asian national points come into play. But we are still a long ways off from that. Tomorrow we'll have the upper bracket semi-finals. We are going to have, Kira against Hunters. Always amazing to see that. And then, of course, we have another chance of redemption for the side of Team Phalanx as they face off against MRCZ. Man, I still remember in the first edition of the Community Cup, when Phalanx had fought off against MRCZ, they'd lost back then, but since then they've been improving. And the question is, can they defeat one of the best in South Asia?
Yep, that's the biggest question that we all are interested to know about, because Kira Esports, Hunters LFO, MRCZ, all of these three teams are at the upper brackets, and one of them will join by in the lower brackets matchup, facing up against either team Won't Stop Peaking or team Retrograde. And if I have to talk about Team Clickbait again, guys, no offense, you guys have did an amazing job. You guys have qualified for this event, and I'm pretty sure mistakes were meant to be made. There's a lot of mistakes that you guys did on Map Clubhouse, but that should not make you give up, Team
Hmm.
Clickbait. You should not give up on certain situations like this, because Slayer has made an exceptional performance. As we take a look at the match summary itself, he got 12 kills with a 60%, sorry, or should I say 67% cost. Although he didn't get the first early pick, he was still there equalizing it for the team. So all it needs, Clickbait, is to just have a bit of a practice, try to understand what to do, understand what kind of mistakes that you guys have been doing. Even check out the wards itself, guys. Check the ward, make sure you don't make the same mistake, and I hope to see you guys in the next series. But for now, all I can
Absolutely.
say is, Clickbait, unfortunately your guys your journey comes to an end, and I hope to see you guys in the next phase and perform even much more tougher in the near future. But talk about Team Won't Stop Peaking. Congratulations to them. They'll proceed in towards the next phase, and they will wait for the upper brackets matchups to end, and that will be a tough one. That is for sure. Kira Esports, MRCZ, and yeah, it was Kira Esports versus Hunters LFO. That would be the first
Yep.
lower brackets matchup for tomorrow, and then we have the second upper brackets matchup. Team
Phalanx,
Phalanx,
MRCZ.
who
Yeah.
will go up against MRCZ. All in all, this will be a tough competition, because they are not only fighting for the prize pool, guys, they're also fighting for those points, and those points will be very much important for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. All of the teams there fighting for that contention. And then, of course, we have the two teams in the lower brackets. We've got Won't Stop Peaking. We've got Retrograde still trying to keep their hopes alive, fighting off against the losers of tomorrow's matchups. Oh, it is going to be thoroughly entertaining seeing what takes place next. But yeah, for the time being, today's two matches, quite amazing what we have seen here. Having a look at the veto of this best of three, 7-1, extremely comfortable win for Won't Stop Peaking. And then it was such a close affair on the map of Clubhouse. They narrowly, on round number 12, final round of regulation, WSP managed to secure it, but it really could have gone either way. It could have gone in favor of Team Clickbait had Won't Stop Peaking not stepped in, be completely aware at the correct time. Now, they've been a little more complacent, and yeah, who knows? They could have lost this map. We could have gone, very well could have gone to the map of Oregon, no matter what it would have held there. But Won't Stop Peaking, they've got to make sure don't commit any such mistakes like that in the future. No matter who their future opponents are, it's going to be a team which will give them close competition. So they have to be careful what takes place next.
Yep. The next matches will be even much more, exciting and intense as we'd expected it to be. As we take a look at the brackets once again, there you go. Two players are already out of the Bro City Summer Edition, and now it's all left to the next six teams: Kira Esports, Hunters LFO, Phalanx, Mercenaries, Retrograde, and last but not the least, Team Won't Stop Peaking. Upper brackets matchup, they still have one, they still have one chance, right? Even if they do lose, they still have a chance on the lower brackets, but that would be their final attempt if they fail to do so, because Retrograde, I believe they're still waiting on a huge revenge match up against Hunters LFO, since they lost against them 2-0 So I believe they'll be prepped and ready on whatever strategies will they put up against them. Talk
Mm-hmm.
about Team Won't Stop Peaking. They'll also have their fair share of revenge match up against MRCZ2. Back again 2-0 on the upper brackets. But I'm pretty sure that the upper brackets match, it's very difficult for me to predict on who's going to be proceeding into the semifinals itself. So
Exactly.
I have no idea because Kira Hunters, anything can happen. Phalanx and Mercenaries, anything can happen from their side because Phalanx, just like I said, seventh position, they only have 2 points. If they want to rack up their more points and ensure that they have a spot at least on third or fourth position, they have to beat Mercenaries and they will do whatever it takes to defeat the Titans of MRCZ, but it won't be an easy job for them. So I wish them the best of luck. I wish all 6 teams the best of luck, and I hope I get to see some amazing plays coming in from them on tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tomorrow going to be a very, very exciting day full of Rainbow Six Siege. We have our two best of threes. Again, same time it is going to be 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Make sure you are subscribed to this channel if you're watching us on YouTube to not miss any updates that take place here at the Esports Club, whether it be Rainbow Six, any other esports title out there. Even if you're following us on Loco and you're watching us here, follow this channel. Same thing, every single matchup that we have, it will get updated. Every single stream that we have will get updated and you will be notified of that. If you want to delve further deep into the home of Indian esports, if you want to look further at the matches, at all the updates, make sure you're following us on our social media, Twitter and Instagram. You will get, again, premeditated information about all those matchups. And if you want to get involved in esports or just gaming in general, if you haven't already, you can go in the description, get yourself Rainbow Six Siege at half the cost. If you want amazing systems that can power Rainbow Six, where you can play R6 at amazing, very high frame rates. Get yourself some GPUs sorted from Zotac Gaming, truly top of the line NVIDIA 3000 series GPUs that they have. And of course, Loco is always there for gaming entertainment whenever you need to watch it. But us here at the Esports Club, we've been here for the past couple of hours. We'll be taking a leave. We'll see you tomorrow. Till then, take care and bye bye.